Good evening. I would like to call the Community Services and Infrastructure Committee meeting of October the 9th, 2019 to order, and I would like to begin by reading a safety notice. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate the council chambers to the nearest exit through the chamber doors and obey all instructions given, and if assistance is required, please see our clerk, Trish Sarnicki. Once you have evacuated the building, please gather in the front parking lot outside of Town Hall. Please note the Town of Lincoln Committee and Council meetings are posted on our YouTube channel. I would like to thank the public for attending this meeting, and I want to remind everyone of our rules of engagement to please be respectful while others are speaking, and please refrain from clapping, and please remember to silence all cellular devices. Roll call, we have all of council. Declarations of interest, are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, statutory public meetings, there are no statutory public meetings on the agenda this evening. And we'll move right into delegations. We have one delegation this evening. Matt Robinson, Director of GO Implementation Office, Niagara Regional Transit, will be speaking regarding item 8.1, PW 30-19, ULink update. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I think the last time I was here, there was 2 seats and a table, so I'll acclimate to the change here. I appreciate the invitation from town staff to be here, to Mike and to Dave and the team. We're certainly on our side, feel connected and supported by the town staff here in regards to the transit file. I've brought my colleague, Rob Salowich. He handles all transit services at the region, so I'm going to do the front half of the presentation, and Rob is going to do the back half. We'll provide a high-level overview of where things sit with intermunicipal transit going forward, and this is, of course, in relation to the ULink report later on in committee's agenda. So a bit of a roadmap on where we're heading. We'll talk about that is the Intermunicipal Transit Working Group, IMT Working Group, of which Mr. Graham sits at the table, along with the transit team here at Lincoln. We'll talk about a bit of the milestones, the work plan, the IMT West expansion, and then that is where Mr. Salowich will take over and talk with committee about some of the things that we're considering, some of the things that the committee is considering, as well as how those things link up to local transit as well. So in terms of IMT, just a high level for committee's benefit, when we talk about IMT, intermunicipal transit, that's really in regard to routes traveling between the municipalities, and that is primarily provided by the region. I think I can successfully say now entirely provided by the region. When the triple majority occurred in 2017, that non-exclusive that's in brackets there is in relation to the option for other municipalities to provide an intermunicipal connection. So that has all been since uploaded since 2017 through to the 2020 budget. And of course, intermunicipal transit at this point in time has been more of a hub-to-hub connection. So in terms of NRT, so that's the bus you see there, Niagara Region Transit operates a defined intermunicipal transit service. It gives you some figures there in terms of the magnitude of ridership, well over 700,000 riders a year at this point. We hit 135,000 revenue service hours in 2019, a fleet of 28. That is a mix of both conventional, which you see there, and those conventional buses being both 40-foot and 60-foot. Those are the longer articulated buses that you'll see on some of the mainline core routes. And of course, our service delivery model at the present time is that we contract the operation of Niagara Region Transit conventional service to Welland, St. Catharines, and Niagara Falls. So some key milestones that have occurred. I think it's suffice to say that a pilot for 7 years is quite a lengthy pilot, but nevertheless, in 2017, triple majority was achieved for the region to provide that non-exclusive intermunicipal transit service. You'll see in that slide, unanimous appears a lot. There's a lot of momentum heading into transit across the region, across councils, and certainly at regional council. There's a lot of momentum occurring, and that culminated in 2019 in our budget, where regional council invested significant transit investments into the expansion of service hours and fleet, and a special separate levy of 1.4%, and a second one proposed for 2020. So in terms of the decision-making itself around intermunicipal transit, the IMT working group, as I said, is made up of transit representatives or staff from all 13 municipalities. That includes Mr. Graham and his team. And that working group of staff rolls up to the Linking Niagara Transit Committee that has both political and staff representatives from Welland, St. Catharines, Niagara Falls, as well as members from regional council included. So what I'll highlight on here, there's a lot of bullets there. I know that this was probably uploaded to committee in advance of this. I'll highlight 3 on that list. The first one being the frequency. So in 2019, we are now at a 30-minute peak period transit service for Niagara Region Transit, and many of our high-volume routes are into 15-minute peak period service. We've introduced express routes, which are the A lines, in many of the mainline routes. We now have a connection with Pelham at the community center, which was added to route 7075 from Welland up to St. Catharines. And of course, standardizing the service hours, which has been a big push from us at the region, is to really create that synergy between offering those connections that exist between regional transit and local transit services. The other and last one on that list being the transit app. So for those of you who have tried to procure transit services in other municipalities, you can now go on your smartphone on the transit app, and for all municipalities that are on that platform, you can now provide both your schedule, the next bus. In many cases, it's real-time tracking as well. A little bit about transit governance. I think that's important for an update to the town and to committee. There is both an operational component of the work that the intermunicipal transit working group is undertaking, which are many of the things I talked about. The other pillar of the work that the working group is undertaking is on a new governance model for transit across Niagara. The kickoff occurred actually earlier this week, so it's been initiated this month. There is a CAO working group that is leading this work and reporting up to the Linking Niagara Transit Committee. Optimus, SBR, and LTRT, Left Turn, Right Turn, are the transit firm and consulting management firm that are doing the work for us. We're on an accelerated path forward to get this governance work done. It's going to look at various consolidated models for a unified transit system here in Niagara, and that is going to go to the Linking Niagara Transit Committee in, I would say, late March, early April of 2020. So we are on an aggressive timeline to bring forward options for committee and subsequently municipal considerations at the end of Q1 of 2020. So where are we going? We'll highlight what's in that box there because it's relevant here in the town of Lincoln. Suffice to say that the introduction of a new West Niagara transit connection this year, at the tail end of this year, heading into 2020, is our primary focus. That includes piloting dynamic transit services in many of our low demand areas. The IMT working group is working diligently with all of our municipalities to look at options for on-demand and where that can be deployed. And of course, one of the core functions of my team is improved connections to GO Train service, and that is inclusive of ensuring that bus meets train connections are a priority in terms of the next steps that we take in the expansion of transit. So with that, as we move into the IMT West component and the specifics of that, I'll turn things over to my colleague, Mr. Salowich.
Great, thank you, Matt, and thank you for having us here today to speak. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the IMT West expansion. So as Matt mentioned, from the 2017 Dillon report, it was a recommendation that we provide additional transit connections to the western municipalities in Niagara. And through the IMT working group, it was one of the key work plan deliverables as well. So it's been a bit of a process as we try and develop some different types of scenarios. But in doing so, the priority was connectivity above all else. So existing transit network, we want to make sure that whatever we provide connects to the existing transit network in what we'll call East Niagara, but also to the GO train stations, as Matt mentioned. That there's a seamless rider experience. In Niagara, there are roughly 9 different transit services, and for all of them, you need a different payment fare type, and it can be quite challenging. So there are a lot of efforts that we can do. There are a lot of steps that we've been taking at the intermunicipal working group level to try and limit that and make it more seamless for the rider. So anything we do in West Niagara, that's again going to be a focus of ours. And this has already been identified in the budget for 2020. So it's not something that we need to go and ask council for. It is merely something that we just need to ensure that they're on board for the concept where we land. So it's very positive in that respect. As far as deployment options, so really with transit, there are sort of 2 main deployment options. One would be fixed route, and the other one would be on demand. So fixed route is what I would think everybody's most familiar with. All of our current services under Niagara Region Transit are fixed route. Your U-Link service is fixed route. So it follows a predefined route at all times of the day and follows a schedule. So there are some benefits to that. Generally, the benefits start to come once you get into higher density areas with high demand for trip volumes. But those are typically point-to-point connections between urban centers and the GO hubs. And that's really what ours would focus on as well. That's what the Dillon report recommended. So it's not meant to take the place of anybody's local transit in that sense. It's meant to bring you from your downtown or wherever it may be to those other transit connections. So maybe it's one in St. Catharines, the GO stations would be another. But there would also be a limited daily trips because much in the same way that the link routes started in Port Colborne and Fort Erie, they all started with 3 trips a day total, 3 in and 3 back. So, and that's because you need to sort of build some sort of ridership. It doesn't help to run, 10, 12, 15 trips a day if there isn't going to be the ridership to support that. And so any sort of fixed route process that we looked at implementing would follow that to start, and we would have to build it up over time. The third is that there's smaller vehicles. So currently we run, as Matt mentioned, 40-foot and 60-foot buses. There are also options for 30-foot and 26-foot buses. It does help keep some of the capital costs down, but again, it helps with the image of running empty buses. You're still going to have a bit of a challenge, though, if there aren't sort of local connecting services. So, in some neighboring municipalities to Lincoln, there are no services. So again, where you may be able to get from here to there, what happens to the rider once they get there? That's one of the concerns that we have with establishing any sort of fixed route service at this time as the intermunicipal connection. So with that in mind, we started looking at on-demand options. And on-demand options are options where software is dynamically routing a vehicle to the next required location. So if anybody here has taken an Uber before, it's much like that, except it's not an Uber. It's still a regional service. So it's still a transit service. We're still responsible for everything. We still do the training. Everything would be done the same way, except it's done mostly through an app. But again, you can also do things like calling in. So we understand not everyone has a smartphone, and sometimes there's a concern about seniors, even though they tend to be increasingly engaged with technology. There's always other options for making sure that those are happening. So what's, I would say, most exciting about on-demand is that it doesn't follow a fixed route. So the things that we've highlighted are areas of coverage. We would be able to cover all of West Niagara, not only to the urban center and only to the GO station with an on-demand service. The types of vehicles that are used, they're even smaller. They typically use 6 to 10-seater vans, and when you have low demand, that's often more than you need. If demand was to ever increase to a point where you needed more than that, you really should be looking at a fixed route service through that area if you're getting that many people on a vehicle at once. Anticipated rider wait times are reduced. When you have a fixed service with infrequent pickup times, it's very unreliable for people to try and decide, what time is the next bus? Well, it's not coming for another hour and a half, and it's going to go, counterclockwise along the route, but I needed to go clockwise 2 stops, so it's now a 45-minute ride. You don't have those issues on the on-demand service. It'll tell you when the next vehicle is coming, it's real-time tracking, and it will drop you off at your destination. And then again, connectivity to the existing transit. The goal above all else with any sort of intermunicipal connector is not to take people directly to their destination at all times, but to connect them to other modes of transit. So whether that's local, whether that's GO, whether that's sort of the intermunicipal service on the east portion of Niagara, they're all included in that connectivity portion. So what are the benefits for the providers? From our perspective, we started looking with one company in particular, but it was only because they provided the most flexibility. And they provide what's called SaaS, or software as a service, where they really just provide you with the software, the technology. And these are all technology companies that do this. There's a plethora out there of them that all basically do the same thing, that dynamically route vehicles. So you can put them in your own bus, you could put them in your cars if you wanted to, which is why they do them with vans, and it routes people dynamically. But they also provide a scale all the way up to a full turnkey solution where they will provide the vehicle, the driver, the technology, customer service, marketing support, everything that you need to make sure that your community is ready and able to utilize the service. And they'll do everything in between as well. So there's options where if you have vehicles already or you have staff already, maybe you already have a marketing team that you think is capable of doing that. You can sort of pick and choose which elements you'll take and take them out. And that's the flexibility that you get when you look at an on-demand service, is that you can just take the minimum, or you can take everything all at once to get the most bang for your dollar. So again, this maximizes coverage areas. So rather than just serving an urban core, we can get out to every single area. It doesn't matter how far out in the rural areas that they live, people still have access to the service. So that includes even the residents of Wainfleet, West Lincoln. If we're looking from a regional perspective, we can cover the entire area, as opposed to even in St. Catharines, our routes don't cover even a quarter of the actual city. We rely on the local transit for that portion. The big piece here is cost containment. So if anybody has heard recently about the pilot that's been going on in Innisfil with Uber, very successful, really great for Ontario to get a chance to see some on-demand, but terrible from a cost containment perspective. They went through their budget really quickly, but they did that because of the way that they price things as basically just a subsidy of Uber rides. This is done on an hourly rate, the same way we do with our fixed route service. And the way that lets you contain the cost is, even if demand was to pick up very heavily, your staff or we or whoever would come to you with a discussion point and say, we can either allow the service to slow down, and maybe instead of waiting an hour for your vehicle as a maximum, now we move the wait time to an hour and a half, and that's how you sort of cover back some of those additional demands. Or there would be the opportunity to provide additional dollars for additional vehicles. If that's something, if that 1 hour wait time was sort of very important to council, that would be that option that you can have. So you're not required in the same way that with Innisfil, they were 6 months in and they were out of money. So either the pilot's over or council feels forced to contribute more because they weren't even through the whole pilot period. And so we're not interested in doing that to our own council or certainly to you as well. The ridership we expect to be significantly higher. In all of the examples and case studies that we've seen, ridership for on-demand services significantly outpace that of fixed route services, especially in low demand areas. And that's basically just down to coverage. You can only get to your core urban areas on fixed routes, and we can get anybody a ride anywhere in the municipality that they need to. The operating model is flexible. So just to reference, the Niagara Specialized Transit Service operates a door-to-door service, so that'll go right to somebody's door. Niagara Falls' Specialized Transit Service does curb-to-curb, so it pulls up basically at the house still, but not in the driveway, and there's nobody getting out to go to the door to help somebody. And then there's corner-to-corner. So what we're looking at primarily is corner-to-corner, but certain residents would have the ability to, because everybody has a unique rider profile, which I'll touch on in a moment, those that maybe need more assistance, somebody in a wheelchair, for example, in their profile, it won't be corner to corner, it would be door to door. So, or it would be curb to curb, so that they're getting that extra bit of service just because they require that extra level of accommodation. But again, that's the flexibility that an on-demand service provides you in being able to decide based on your rider, because everybody has an account that gets created. Rapid deployment, we're talking approximately 12 weeks from approval to deployment, which is very quick. If we talk fixed route services, it takes 12 months just to procure a vehicle. Doesn't include anything like driver training, route planning, but on-demand services, it's 12 weeks from decision to implementation. It also eliminates the need for a separate specialized transit service. So I did a little bit touch on this already, because you can make sure that each rider has their own user profile. You can decide who needs that extra level of enhanced services. And because the vehicles are accessible, you won't have any concerns about, well, what if somebody requires a wheelchair? That problem is taken care of. And so you don't need to run a duplicate service like is currently run in a lot of the eastern municipalities as well, where they have both a fixed route service and then they run specialized over top of that. The company that we're looking at, but again, as I mentioned, there's plenty of them out there overall. This is worldwide proven deployment. It's very new to Ontario, it's very new to Niagara, but you know, New York, Arlington, Texas, Seattle, Chicago, Berlin, smaller municipalities like Sault Ste. Marie are already piloting. There are a lot of different deployments that we can discuss at any point if you'd like, where these things are already in play. It's just a matter of trying to bring Niagara to catch up a little bit and join in that. And you know, it's a bit of a buzzword, but big data. The important thing is that you get all of the travel information. That was another challenge that Innisfil had with Uber, is who controls that data. The companies that we've all talked to, they very much want to say, we understand you're the municipality, you want control of your data, it's yours. We'll help you build dashboards, we'll help you understand, we'll help you make decisions based on what you want. They very much understand that they're stepping into public realm sector, or public sector, and that it's very important to make sure that the municipality is getting what they want. Whereas Uber sort of had the approach of, we're coming, deal with us when we get there. This is not at all how that's framed. Okay, so what about the riders? Again, you get a unique user profile, so we'd be able to set parameters for the service. You know, maybe it's an hour wait time, maybe it's 30 minutes. It all just depends on the total pot of money and who's involved. But you can set, do you need a door-to-door pickup? Do you need something that comes more direct? Do you need services each day? Accessible vehicles, as we talked about, do you need a wheelchair? We have all of these opportunities to ensure that people, regardless of the need of accommodation that they have, that they can be taken care of. There's also multiple booking options. So yes, this is all software and technology driven. So there is an app, just like there is with Uber. You can request a ride, you can book a ride for tomorrow, you can do all of these things. But there's also an option for somebody to call in. So if it's a senior or somebody who's unsure, they can pick up the phone, they call the customer service center, and that person just inputs the call for them. They just input it into the app, basically, is what they're doing. And then that ride comes to pick them up, and that person will then tell them that ride will be there in 10, 15 minutes, whatever it is. But they also have that person's phone number. So if it gets delayed, as things can always happen, they can then call that person back and say, we're sorry, the vehicle's 5 to 10 minutes behind. Did you want us to keep the ride coming for you, or is that going to affect your plans negatively? So they're very much driven on that customer service focus, where you don't get that with the bus. Even with real-time data, you might see that your bus is coming. The bus driver's not calling you to say, oh, I'm stuck down on Ontario Street because I didn't realize it was closed, and I'm going to be an extra 20 minutes, right? There isn't that level of flexibility. Intermunicipal connectivity. So anything that we look at, as I started, we want to make sure that we can connect people from this municipality to other municipalities and vice versa. That includes all of those in West Niagara and as well in the east. So it's very important to us that we can get people to where they need to go. Consistent pricing. Again, I mentioned that with the Uber, they had challenges with their pricing. We would not have that issue because it's a fixed cost per hour, but also from the rider perspective, it is a fixed fare. That's what we're really looking at right now. It would likely be in line with the regional transit fare, but all of the details would have to get worked out, and there may be options for a variety of fares as well. That's one of those service parameters that you set as you sort of get involved in the process of developing your service. And then real-time vehicle information, I touched on that one a couple of times, so I won't go over that one again. Linkages to local transit. These are a little bit of a highlight. They're going to feel like I'm saying the same thing, but because that's really what's important is everything, all of the benefits, both to the provider and to the residents, they all are important because of the linkages that they provide to the local municipality and to local transit. So we want to make sure that we're respectful of the local transit investments that have already happened and will continue to happen. We want to make it known that we can all benefit by working together. You know, if I can say afford 3 vehicles and you can afford 1 vehicle, we can all provide a better service for the residents by paying for 4 vehicles than if we run 2 different systems and then people have to figure out who they're going to call for the system. And that's really what the seamless intermunicipal connectivity talks about as well. You don't want to have to know, is this a U-Link call? Is this a Niagara Region call? Is this a Niagara Specialized Transit call? You just want to know, this is the service that runs out here, and this is the number that I call, or this is the app that I use. So we want it all to be the same. It is scalable. It offers all-in or phased approaches. There's no pressure to do anything. They want to see it work. They have recommendations and options for some places to do a night bus, like in Sault Ste. Marie, where all they've done is taken their fixed services and they gave it the technology. On Sunday night, it turns into 11 vehicles of on-demand service, just so they can see how it works. They also have the opportunity to go right all the way and provide as many vehicles as you want to do that service for you. Driving ridership and connectivity is the key. Nobody wants to pay for a transit service that isn't getting used, right? We don't want to see empty buses. We don't want people to, you know, at 6 o'clock the service stops and you get home from school or work at 7:30 and now you have no way, somebody needs to come pick you up. We want to be able to provide that full range of coverage, as we always do, as we try to do, at least on our fixed route service, which runs currently from 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. And then again, the flexible deployment strategies, they want to make sure that the solution that you're looking at is a solution that works, and that's what we're interested in doing with our Niagara West. So what are the next steps? So Niagara Region and the Intermunicipal Working Group are just finalizing some simulation results that the region hired a consultant to do. We just received the initial draft of the final results, so we're very close to finalizing those elements. Certainly within the next couple of days or a week or so, we should have that. There would be an intermunicipal transit working group report that goes to the Linking Niagara Transit Committee, which Matt mentioned earlier, with a preferred on-demand option or options, because there's lots of municipalities involved. There's options for Fort Erie, there's options for Port Colborne, there's options for Niagara West. We then would hope that the LNTC would endorse our preferred option to go to Public Works. We're currently hoping that the November 5th Public Works at the region is the day that we're moving forward with that. And then we would look to confirm partnerships with local municipalities. So once we can confirm that Public Works at the region side is on board for the concept as we've laid out and has been supported by the LNTC, we would want to come back and either have a joint report with staff or do another presentation, whatever council might wish to have, and bring to you more of a specific plan and say, this is what we think would work if we can all work together. From then, it would be all about initiating the recommended option, identifying a provider. Do we sole source it for a pilot period? Do we put out an RFP, which of course delays things a little bit, but there's always options for that. And then of course, we'd be hopeful that for the first quarter of 2020, we would actually be able to deploy that service. Happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you, Matt and Rob, for your presentation. And yes, my board is lit up. We have a number of councillor questions. So first up, we have Councillor Pachariva.
Thanks, Chair Brunei. Thank you very much, Matt and Rob. When we established ULink a couple years ago, this was the vision that we were looking for. So thank you very much for bringing this exciting opportunity forward. We had a young lady last night at Councillor Brunei and I's ward meeting. Mrs. Pearson is here just to hear this presentation because her question was, how do I get to Grimsby and how do I get to the Y? So thank you for coming, and hopefully you're excited to hear this as much as we are. Couple maybe questions, but maybe you can't answer them at this point. Are you looking for kind of like a station in West Niagara where the on-demand vehicles will originate? Or is it going to happen from St. Catharines Well and Niagara Falls?
Through you, Chair. Actually, at this time, that part hasn't been worked out yet. Because this would likely be a contracted service, that would be an element for that contractor to determine. So if they approached us about a location for that to happen, you know, maybe that cuts down on some of the vehicle hours.
Yeah.
And that might be worthwhile, but if they have a place in mind already, something that they've secured or an arrangement they can make, you know, we're up for anything in that regards. But we haven't gotten that far because we're not at the stage of having an actual provider to develop that service yet. So it's a little bit premature at this point.
Yeah, but I just wanted to plant the seed. We're building a new fire station in Vineland. Going to be close to Prudhome's, always looking for potential partners and partnership opportunities. And if it's, you know, cutting down that initial travel time where you're already here, I think that's terrific. So then maybe another question, maybe premature because my mind's racing on this. And so presently our service, our ULink goes as far as Jordan to the east. Would that be the potential pickup spot? Or if I'm in Beamsville and I wanted to go to St. Catharines, would they grab me at my house?
Through you, Chair. So, you know, it is a bit premature, but
Yeah,
let me just talk concepts for a moment.
Yeah.
So we won't worry about any providers. If we were just talking as individuals, what can the region do? The region only has jurisdiction to provide intermunicipal transit, right? So the only option that I am allowed to provide is to pick somebody up in Lincoln, somewhere within your municipal boundary, and bring you somewhere outside of Lincoln, which is how our specialized transit service option or runs. And for anybody that knows somebody who's tried to use that, that is a challenge because a lot of the trips you try and make are within your municipality, which is why we've come and tried to bring it through the intermunicipal working group and to bring Dave on board from a staffing perspective to say, if we work together, that jurisdictional quagmire goes away. And so the answer is, in a situation where we all partner together, it doesn't matter where you need to be picked up. We pick you up and take you to where you need to go because it's a joint program. If we do things as individuals, is where you start to, I'm a hand talker, so
Yeah,
I
that's
apologize.
okay.
If you do things as individuals, you start to run into those jurisdictional issues. If we work together, it makes it much easier from a rider perspective.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that because right now, I mean, we're kind of operating in isolation out here, right? We've got residents that want to get to the Y, that want to get to Grimsby, that, you know, want to get to St. Catharines. They're facilitating and using the GO service, but I mean, this is just another avenue for transportation and connectivity. So I await the Q1 report and congratulations and keep pushing on.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Matt and Rob, for the presentation. And it is pretty exciting to think that intermunicipal transit's coming that quickly for us. So great to hear. A couple of questions, just trying to get my head around how this works. So I did have a similar question to Councillor Pachariva in that my question was, I assume the user needs to be leaving West Niagara. Is that the case? That since it's intermunicipal, are you saying they got to go to St. Catharines, or they got to go to Welland, or they got to go or they're not getting your service?
Through you, Chair. So no. So
Okay.
a West Niagara solution as individuals would only mean that you need to go somewhere from within Lincoln to somewhere outside of Lincoln. And we would
Okay.
have connections, of course, in Grimsby and Waynfleet and Pelham and West Lincoln. And we would likely also have a connection in St. Catharines so that residents could get over to probably the bus terminal would be the most likely location, which then they have access to more regional routes and they have access to the local service in St. Catharines. If we were all working together, you could go all of those things I just said, plus a trip within Lincoln itself as well. So it really becomes a one-stop shop. It doesn't matter where you need to go. In the west, you can get that on-demand service, and from the west to one of the connection points in the east, which would likely be St. Catharines. There'll probably be one in Welland as well, because their bus terminal has a lot of frequency of buses in there as well. So that's the point of connecting to the existing transit systems. In the west, it would operate as a door-to-door type of service to get residents wherever they need to go, as long as they need services in the west. And if they need to go somewhere in the east, whether it's St. Catharines or Niagara Falls, we can get them as far as the existing transit network in St. Catharines, Welland.
Thank you. That I think helps with, my thinking is, this is a taxi service. I mean, that's what it sounds like. So what you're doing, or what you're proposing, is picking somebody up in Lincoln and saying, okay, you want to go to the Penn Center, we're going to get you to the St. Catharines Transit that goes to the Penn Center. Got it, okay. And as far as connecting to ULink, how does that work, or does it work?
Through you, Chair. So that's a great question, and it really sort of depends on the options that we land on. So, you know, without trying to presuppose anything, there are a lot of different potential options. We could try and connect into the existing ULink service. We could look at using this on-demand option, because if we were all partnering together, eliminating the ULink service in favor of this, because now your residents don't need to take the fixed route service. They can just get the ride to wherever they were going. If we were doing it all as individuals, that doesn't really work. You would certainly need to do something for your local residents, because as I touched on at the start of my presentation, you know, if we take you out of Lincoln and drop you off in Grimsby, what do you do if there's no service? So working separately, you would definitely need to keep some sort of local service going, however form that you would like that to look. If that's continuing with the ULink, by all means. But if we're working together, we think that those dollars that you contribute already and those investments that you make in your residents would go a lot further as part of a larger project, joining with the region, joining with Pelham. We have a similar presentation plan for their council as well. So we intend on having, once we get the results from our simulation done and putting together what we think works or would work, going around. And that was the part about the confirming the local partnerships. We want to come to you with some options, let you decide for yourself what works for your municipality, and then we can go from there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm interested in how the pricing piece works, but I'll put it on to another counselor, because I'm sure it's going to get asked.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Chair Brunet. Through you to the presenters, thank you very much for the presentation. That is my number one thought, is it seems like if you're calling for on-demand and they're picking you up at your door, it's going to be very expensive. And I'm just wondering how much it's going to cost someone to take a bus within Lincoln or just to the outside of the border. Do you have any kind of prediction at this point, or is this way too early?
Through you, Chair. So it's a little bit early. Is your question specific about fares? Like
Yes.
for the user?
The cost.
So that would be something that we would work out depending on who's interested. You know, again, without wanting to put too much on the table or being, you know, pegged down too much, it would likely be very much in line with what existing transit services cost. So as you may be aware, there's a fare harmonization strategy that's happening right now through the Intermunicipal Transit Working Group, where they're looking at harmonizing all the transit fares for all of the local services, and then the region's fare is roughly double that. So I would imagine that it would likely be something similar, so that if you were going outside of the city, if you're going those longer distances, and maybe it's based on distance, you know, anything over, say, 10 kilometers maybe is the regional fare amount. Anything that's more local would be that local fare amount. And again, based on who we can confirm as interested parties, we would have that dialogue and make sure that that works for all the interested parties.
I think that's my main concern, that it will not be affordable for people who really need the service, like seniors or students. I don't know if there would be maybe some thought given to subsidized rates for people on fixed income.
So through you, Chair. So through the harmonized fare strategy, those elements are being touched on, and so it would likely follow that same element. And I appreciate your concern for it being affordable. Most of transit is subsidized anyway. So we're not looking, this isn't looking at being a moneymaker. We're not concerned about making sure we hit an exact number as far as our, return over our investment. We're making sure that people are connected. And we're making sure that those people who already don't have any option are getting the options that they've been waiting a lot of years to get. So that's our focus. Those decisions that we make with our interested partners would be keeping that in view. And certainly it's not our interest to, make a service only for a specific few who can afford it. That's not the intention behind this whatsoever, I can assure you.
No, that's great. I appreciate your comments, and I do realize that this is not a moneymaker. It's a service, and I totally get
Right.
that, but I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Councillor Michalak.
Thank you, Chair Brunei, through you to the presenter. You mentioned earlier with regards to the connection to the west end. Is there an expected or hoped for ridership calculation that is going to determine the feasibility or the number of trips per day? Does the region have that?
Through you, Chair. So that's what our simulation results have. So we did, as I mentioned, hire a consultant to do that work. I have a draft report. It's just not quite ready for sharing yet. But what we've done is we took the specialized transit service trips that we run at Niagara Specialized Transit in combination with the Transportation Tomorrow survey, which is a provincial survey on traffic patterns and travel patterns. And we use that to develop the demand scenarios. And we actually looked at a low demand, a medium, and a high demand so that we know what we're getting into, sort of no matter how unsuccessful or how successful the pilot might be. And based on that, and then based on sort of how many hours you want to run or what the expected wait time we think is acceptable, that helps really narrow down just how many vehicles are needed. I've got a pretty good idea right now, but unfortunately I do need to make sure I finalize that. And that's what we would like to bring back to council, either through, as I mentioned, a joint report or through another presentation, so we can give you some real specifics on things like costing, wait times, number of vehicles, what that's all going to look like. This is sort of a primer in that regard.
And that's the curiosity I have. It's an exciting project. I'm curious as far as where is the level of success, or where is the level of how do we know that there is a serious demand, or how low demand, is it 8 rides per day? Is it 12, 15, 20? This is a metric that I'm not sure of, and I don't know, you're not sure of at this time either.
Through you, Chair, substantially more than that, sir. Substantially more than that. So we are looking at, exponential factors in comparison to that across the Niagara West. So again, one of the benefits of working together is there's vehicles here for your residents, and they travel between the other municipalities. So it's not just how much is Lincoln paying to get Lincoln residents somewhere. It's how much are we all paying to get all of our residents between our municipalities without feeling those barriers. So we can give you some more of that, but the projected per day demand is just much higher than the numbers that you had mentioned. And I appreciate it's a tough sort of chicken and egg thing, and I don't want to say too much, but we certainly are ready, or almost ready, to present that information to you.
Okay, and if I may, another question on just this SAS technology and this IMTWG modeling simulation. I think it's fantastic. I think it's very well suited towards rural municipalities where you have pockets of population that are trying to be connected. Is this something that the town or municipalities themselves could be looking at, contracting on its own, and then possibly partnering in a greater with a partnership with the region, like, or with,
Through you, Chair, absolutely, sir. One of the things that we've done included in our element, because we were looking at Niagara West, we admittedly sort of lumped you all together so that the intent was that we could help everybody. But we've started looking at pilots for Port Colborne and pilots for Fort Erie as well, and what it might look like if the region also assisted on their situation. So there are opportunities for working alone or working together. Based on what I've seen from the modeling exercises, the working together options provide you additional benefits above and beyond. You know, your contribution gets you this much plus how much the region, you know, would be contributing to the program, as opposed to creating a separate local service and then a separate regional service and then a separate Grimsby service, and hope that that rider knows which one they're supposed to call, and they book with you on to get there, and then they have to book with the other one to get back, and then, so we would be avoiding all of that. So there's financial benefits, there's service benefits, and then there's rider benefits on top of it by working together, so.
and if I may, one more question.
Okay, one more, and then we've got to move on. If your other question doesn't get answered, I'll come back to you.
It's just one more. Have you had any consultation with taxi companies, local taxi companies? Is there any possible pushback, concerns by the taxi companies that there might be an unfair level of competition?
So through you, Chair, we have not had any consultation with the taxi companies. This is really still an extension of public transit, much in the same way that our Niagara Specialized Transit Service provides. This would be very similar in that respect. We subsidize the bulk of that ride for that purpose. And not everybody who uses our Niagara Specialized Transit Service needs a wheelchair. So that same argument could already be applied. It's already really stood the test of time because it's an extension of public transit. It's just a different way of doing transit differently. So.
Thank you very much. That's.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the presenter. Thank you very much for the presentation. I find it very, very interesting to see different options that we may have. One of the things that I'm very curious about is seeing what the value proposition might be to our own residents as we go forward as an alternative to maybe our current system. Again, that on-demand, I think, especially in a rural community, I think that has a lot of benefits that really could be utilized by our residents. Just looking at your timelines here, so your simulation and your confirmation to the local municipalities for partnership, what is your timeline for that?
Through you, Chair. So our intention is to go to Public Works on November 5th. I think that would likely bring our council to November 14th, I believe. And then we would want to be back as quickly as possible, assuming we receive the support that we're hopeful that we're going to receive. So, you know, we'd want to come with those options and get some sort of confirmation as relatively quickly, and that's why we did suggest that maybe a joint report through staff would be appropriate. If they're supportive of the options and the Intermunicipal Transit Working Group is supportive of the options, we'd be able to put that question to council and let you make that decision, hopefully at that time. Again, it's 12 weeks till deployment, so the more we wait, which we can, there's no hard deadline, but the more we wait, the further we get into 2020 before there's service. So as soon as possible, I would say, but we're not fixed on a hard deadline in that regard.
Okay. Mr. Chair, one more follow-up. My concern is that, again, we're coming close to our budget cycle. We're starting that at the end of this month, so if there's any additional asks past, I would say even mid-cycle, it's going to be pretty tough to work that in, potentially, so just to be cognizant of that.
Through you, Chair, absolutely, we're aware of that. Where we're starting from is status quo from a budget perspective. And then as we get into some of the details, if there's additional elements that we think would be needed, we would have that information by the time that we came back to you. But really, from all intents and purposes, we want to start from where you are today. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor Rinjema.
Thank you, Chair Brunei, and thank you very much for your presentation. It's really good to get some of the information ahead of time so that we can absorb it and think about it before the bigger presentation comes with a lot of the finer details. So one of the questions I have is about Sault Ste. Marie. You said that they had a similar model. Can you tell me, do you know how long they've had that in place, and do you know anything about how the operation has played out for them?
Through you, Chair. So Sault Ste. Marie is actually a brand-new pilot for them. It's only been underway for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And theirs is a little bit different because, again, they took their fixed route buses, they took their 40-foot buses, and they put this technology on them, and only Sunday nights do they change over and operate. So it's definitely too early to share any results from that. We have been given a number of case studies from different providers, which we could provide details if you'd like in a sort of a supplemental package as we get closer. We can definitely look to provide some of those details. 6-month customer satisfaction surveys from some of the different companies we've been involved with.
Oh, thank you. And further to that, Mr. Chair, do you know I had a question about the service providers as well. One of the questions I have is how many do you think there are out there that we might be looking at? That's one question. And another is further to your comment just now that they can provide us with data for existing programs. Are any of them in Ontario that you know of?
Through you, Chair. So it really depends on how many companies we're talking about. So if we go back to the software as a service element, where it's just technology, there's a ton of companies. It seems to be a dime a dozen if it's technology only, but then you need to do everything else, or we need to do everything else on our end, from drivers, vehicles, customer service, all that sort of thing. So that's a bit more of a challenging option, and I would think certainly affects the deployment timeline. The full turnkey solution, there's only one company that we found so far that does that. They were the company that we hired to do our modeling simulation. And the reason why we chose them was specifically because they offer that full wide range. So my guess is one, unless I hear about another company in the next couple of weeks.
So that was what I pictured. I pictured a full service model. That's what we did here in Lincoln. We contracted the whole thing out, and it's a little bit of we don't have to, there's nothing to worry about, but there's less to worry about. And so, Mr. Chair, one more question, if you don't mind. So a little further to what Councillor Mikulic's comment earlier on about taxi companies, critics, what would they say, do you think? What do you think a critic would say of this whole model? What do you think we're going to hear when we say we like this idea, we want to look into it further? Devil's advocate.
Through you, Chair, what would critics say? I think people will have a hard time seeing the difference between a cab and this type of service. And I think really the difference is that our main goal is connecting you to existing public transit. So from a region's perspective, that would be our priority, but partnering with the local municipality is where that changes that dynamic a little bit, and it's more about supporting the residents for getting to their services that they need, and doing it in a way that is cost effective. And so while taxis certainly take you from point A to point B, they are not cost effective from a typical user's perspective, and trying to get from A to B daily for work and having to do so by a taxi, sometimes you need that additional support. And if we can do public transit in a different way, and I think it's just trying to get people to see that we're still just trying to provide a service for our residents. We're just doing it in a different way. That doesn't work it doesn't work to run a fixed bus. So we have to do things a little bit differently. And it's just a little bit of a mind shift, I think. But for anybody that has taken an Uber or knows somebody that has, it's awfully convenient. And that sort of tends to win out on the day is you can just punch it in and a vehicle comes to get you in 15 or 20 minutes as opposed to, taking a 20-minute walk and then waiting an extra 10 minutes, or you miss the bus and it doesn't come for another hour. So there's all of these other factors that sort of overwhelm, I think, anything that the critics might say, as long as we're able to stay within budget. And the big piece of this is that it comes built in with cost containment strategies, and which the region's very supportive of.
Okay. So in many ways, you could almost say there's going to be a different market. There's a market that would use Ubers. There's a market that would use cabs. This is a different market that would access this service. And the point is to get us to existing transit services in the region.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So Rob, a number of the words that you used, I really like. You said cost effective a number of times. You said seamless intermunicipal connectivity, and you said working together. So at one point during your presentation, you said, you don't want, Lincoln to be, parking ULink. You want it to work in conjunction with. So as I'm thinking to all the questions in your presentation, so as we go forward, the money that we have invested in ULink right now, is there an opportunity for us to divert that money? In other words, the money that we're investing with ULink goes to the region, and now we're adding additional, buses servicing our area. Is that fathomable, or is that something that is not up for discussion?
Well, I guess to you, Chair, that is most certainly an option. That's one of the pieces that will come forward in the next presentation is we're going to come to you with basically 3 different options. One of them is, for more or less, we follow our jurisdictional responsibilities, and we take you only from one municipality to another, and Lincoln figures out how to get people within your own municipality to other places still within your own municipality. The next is, maybe we bring people only to the nearest transit stop from a regional perspective, and then you still need to worry about your own municipality. In those 2 scenarios, you would really need to either still run ULink, or, as another councillor mentioned, you would need to maybe look at a local on-demand service. And then the third option is, okay, well, what happens if we just put all of that aside and work together, all pool the resources that we have available? How many vehicles can we get to just take people wherever they need to go? So they're not worried about, is this an intermunicipal city trip, or is this an intra-municipal trip? And do I call Lincoln? Do I call the region? The idea will be to eliminate all that, but we'll present you with all of the options that we've sort of come up with, and you can choose what works for your municipality. Certainly won't be here to tell you what you should be doing.
So as we move forward, I mean, this is, I'm very, very pleased to see this is moving as quickly as it is, going to regional council on the 5th and a committee meeting at the 14th, and then, 12 weeks for implementation. Conceivably, this thing could be running by the spring of 2020. But realistically, my concern, and I would say it if they were in the building, Grimsby has not really embraced transit. So, is this something similar to the airport where, the number of municipalities that are in help offset the cost? In other words, we've embraced, Matt, we've embraced transit since 2017, and we want to go stop here. And but if Grimsby and West Lincoln don't embrace this in the same level, is there a thought process here that there's a phase 1 and a phase 2, or how does that roll out?
That's a great question. So there's always contingency plans, is what I would say. There are always opportunities to do things phased. We have, from a staff perspective, we've got a lot of interest from Pelham as well, which is why we have another presentation for their council. So we're hopeful that they're as excited as you are. And that could very well be the first phase, is that we do a Pelham-Lincoln region pilot, and then the region worries about Grimsby and West Lincoln and Waynfleet if they're not as interested. Maybe we'll still need to put a connection in there, but then that's still, I think I mentioned it a couple times tonight, it gets very tough what happens if you get dropped off in Grimsby and then there's nothing for you. So we want to focus on those partners that are interested. We, from the region's perspective, are taking steps to engage with those other municipalities to try and help them see the value of what we see. And we're hoping that by having other interested partners, we can sort of point to them and say, it's not just the big region coming and telling you what's good for you. They see the value. You're about to get a GO station, Grimsby, are you interested as well? So it can be done phased, but we would very much desire to just, jump right in with 2 feet with as many interested parties as possible.
Right. Well, thank you very much, both of you, for coming this evening in your presentation. Hopefully, by the questions you've seen around the horseshoe, we are definitely interested, and we look forward to move this forward with you. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda, item number 6, presentations. We have one presentation this evening which will be provided by staff with respect to the museum strategic plan update. As this presentation may take longer than 10 minutes, I would like to request that council extend the time of the presentation. Your pleasure on the motion. And that is carried. Our Director of Community Services, Shannon McKay, will provide some opening remarks. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bernay. So I'm going to borrow a line from our CAO and say that I'm going to keep my opening remarks brief. I think really what matters tonight are the presentations that you're going to hear from staff. I'm most proud to be able to stand before you and acknowledge a number of community services staff who are in the gallery this evening, but almost all of the museum staff are here with us. So we have our cultural heritage curator, our cultural programmer, one of our cultural interpreters, and you're about to hear a little bit more about our new cultural development coordinator. So we came before you in April, and we talked about the museum construction, which is well underway now. And there were questions, very valid questions, about how are we going to sustain this museum? How are we going to ensure we have return visitors? What's going to bring people back? And we told you at that time that we'd come before you with a plan to talk about generating revenue, to talk about new governance, to talk about a whole host of exciting activities. So what you have tonight and what you're about to receive is a presentation from our Cultural Development Coordinator, who I'm going to read a brief bio on and then turn it over to Jessica to lead us through the presentation. So Jessica Wilson has over 15 years experience working in museums, art galleries, and artist-run centers in both Canada and the UK. She holds a master's degree from the University of Toronto with a specialization in museums and archives, and a bachelor's degree in art history and criticism from the University of Western Ontario. She was a founding board member of the Kawartha Lakes Culture and Heritage Network and has sat on boards of directors of the Victoria County Historical Society and Scarborough Arts. Jessica has been in her new role for a total of 5 weeks and 1 day. So be nice to Jessica. I turn it over. Thank you, Jessica.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. As the Director of Community Services just introduced me, my name is Jessica Wilson, and I'm going to be presenting to you today a presentation on developing a strategic plan for the new Museum and Cultural Centre. So on this slide, it's just an overview of the presentation. I'll begin by setting the context for why a strategic plan is a timely and beneficial endeavor for the town of Lincoln's new Museum and Cultural Centre. Then I'll discuss how I will manage the process as the Cultural Development Coordinator of developing the plan. And then finally, I'll discuss the implementation of the plan. There are a number of reasons why an organization might want to take on a strategic planning process. For us here at the town of Lincoln, there's the obvious reason that the new Museum and Cultural Centre is currently under construction, set to be completed in the early fall or late summer of next year. There's also the fact that the role of the Cultural Development Coordinator has now been filled. That's my role. And it's an oversight role for the museum. So I'll be able to oversee the implementation of the strategic plan and make sure it's aligned with the priorities of the municipality. Also, with the new building, there's the potential for the museum to play an expanded role in community life, and we anticipate that the museum will be an economic driver for the community, in particular with its role as a cultural tourism destination. Now, I know that council and staff have expressed a desire to see the museum operate in a more financially sustainable way. So this strategic plan will allow us to explore, recommend, and develop new revenue streams for the museum so we can see it operating more financially sustainably. And finally, there's the new requirement from the Community Museums Operating Grant, which is a grant we receive annually from the provincial government that says that all museums who receive funding from them as of this year should have a strategic plan in place. The objective of having this strategic plan is to have a document that will guide the organization through the next 5 years in a strategic and carefully considered way. There are 3 logical phases to the strategic planning process. So the first aspect of the strategic planning process is the preparation phase. So this involves defining why we're doing the plan and what we hope to gain. And it also involves identifying the leadership. So we've begun the strategic planning process already, and we're well underway within the preparation phase. And I'll talk about the leadership in a later slide. There's also the next phase, the analysis and engagement phase. So this is where we gather data about the organization in order to get a sense of where we're at and where we would like to see ourselves. There are 2 phases to this part of the process. The first is the internal data collection phase. So this is where we analyze the organization from within. So we'll be conducting interviews with those who know the museum intimately, and we'll be looking at data that we collect at the museum on an ongoing basis. And then there's the external engagement phase, where we look to the community to hear their opinions on the museum as it stands today, and where they'd like to see the museum as a place that they can visit and keep coming back to. The final phase of the process is the planning phase. So this is where we'll develop the strategic goals, actions, tasks, evaluation measures, and timelines. And during this phase, we'll also write the plan and come back to you for approval. What I hope we can agree on are the desired outcomes. So I'd like to see everyone on the same page working towards common goals. I'd like to see a shared vision among staff and this committee, informed by the needs of the community. The plan will be a basis for future decision-making, and it will align the museum's priorities with that of the municipality. It'll also provide us with a direction forward over the next 5 years. I mentioned that we're already underway in the preparation phase, so we've established the leadership for the plan. The working group will be those who are responsible for actually conducting the research and writing the plan itself. So myself, as the Cultural Development Coordinator, will be the project manager. The Cultural Heritage Curator will be a team member, and then the Associate Director of Recreation and Culture will act as the project sponsor, and her role will be to provide direction and access to resources for us. We also have a number of project advisors who will be kept up to date on the project. They'll receive all the summary reports from the working group, and they'll be invited to provide feedback throughout the process. This group includes the CAO, the Director of Community Services, the Policy and Development Supervisor, and the Manager of Heritage Resource Management at the City of Hamilton. Ian Kerr-Wilson has generously offered to act as a project advisor to us. He has over 30 years of experience writing strategic plans at the City of Hamilton. The mandate of an organization is really the foundation of its work. And I've just included on this slide the mandate for the museum as it stands today. It was defined in 1953 in the letters patent, and it hasn't been updated since. And I would argue that there is rationale to revisit this mandate, as the museum is now a cultural center as well. But any changes to the mandate will be informed by the needs of the community. And this committee, as the governing body for the museum, will have to approve any changes. The information gathering phase is really the bulk of the work in the strategic planning process. And this is where we gather information about the organization in order to establish the direction forward. So we'll begin with an internal assessment, and this will help us to see our current position in comparison to local and regional trends. We'll begin by collecting data internally, so we'll be doing in-depth consultation with museum staff, key volunteers, and yourself as the governing body of the organization. And we'll be looking at doing an environmental scan, which involves collecting and analyzing existing data that the museum already collects in order to see where we compare with other similar sized museums. We'll be reviewing our policies and governance, and we'll be doing a site assessment of the new site to see if there's any opportunities that the new site provides us that we don't currently have in the interim space, which I expect there will be. This internal assessment will help us to see what we're doing right and where perhaps we have room to grow or do better. Then we'll move on to the external assessment. This is where we look outside of the organization to gather data. So we'll be consulting with as wide and a diverse a range of community members as we can possibly reach. I'll talk about who those might be on the next slide. We'll be looking for community input on their current perceptions of the museum and then the direction that we take with respect to programming, exhibitions, opening hours, collections, partnerships, pretty much everything. And we'll be using a variety of approaches to connect with the community, from surveys, interviews, museum open houses. Our first one's on October 16th at the Interim Museum. This phase will also involve gathering the best practices from other municipally run museums. So this will involve looking at their governance models, their strategic plans, and other policies. At the end of this phase, we'll produce a summary report or a key issues report that will be circulated to the project advisors for feedback, and we'll also be circulating this to other key stakeholders. This slide here details who will need to be engaged, both internally and externally. So I see opportunities for future collaboration here. I'm hoping we can develop new and meaningful relationships with the community members who possibly haven't even ever been to the museum. So I see this stakeholder engagement as perhaps the most important part of the entire process. The next step will be a focus group retreat. This will include museum staff, senior municipal staff, key volunteers, and two members of this committee. The goals of this retreat will be to review the mission, vision, and mandate of the organization. We'll be reviewing the governance structure as well, and we'll be determining strategic action areas, goals, and objectives. The focus group retreat will be run by a facilitator who will encourage decision-making and will lead the process. The facilitator at the end of the retreat will prepare a report with decisions listed, and this will be circulated to all attendees of the retreat. The next step is for the working group to reconvene and to, based on the goals and strategic priorities that were established at the retreat, to start working on developing tasks, timelines, responsibilities, resources, and partners, and also to develop an evaluation framework. So these next slides, I don't want you to look at them too specifically, but they're examples of what sort of priorities you'll see in the upcoming strategic plan. And the format is how we plan on achieving these goals. In actuality, these actions will be informed by the community and the data we collect throughout the process, and there'll be something we come up with together at the retreat. But certain priorities and action areas, like developing a strong financial base for the museum, will be definitely something you'll see in the final strategic plan, along with some of the core functions that a museum performs, that any museum performs. Once the research phase has been completed, we'll prepare a draft strategic plan, and it'll include all of the bullet points listed on this slide. And it'll be in the format of the slides I just showed you. The plan will then be sent to senior municipal staff for review and key stakeholders as well. And once adjustments to the plan have been made, it'll come to council or this committee for approval. This slide, I've outlined a timeline of the entire process. So as you can see, it began in September, and I anticipate coming back at the end of Q1 next year with the final plan. Once the plan's been approved, we'll work on developing an operational plan. So this is sort of a work plan. It's an internal document, and it'll happen after the completion of the strategic plan. It's an annual plan that will inform the budget and the performance agreements with the staff. And it'll outline the tasks that the museum needs to undertake in order to achieve the goals set out in the strategic plan. The plan will be reviewed regularly, and we'll come back to this committee annually to provide an update on our progress. So I have some recommendations here today. The first is that council receive for information this presentation and endorse the development of the Museum and Cultural Centre strategic plan. The second is that 2 members of council be identified to participate in the focus group. And the third is that staff be directed to report back to council in Q1 on the status of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jessica, for your presentation. Are there any comments or questions from council? Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jessica, and very, very pleased to see this come forward, and you know, a fairly significant effort to put a solid plan together to open our museum next late summer. Question, I think I got most of the players through our CAO that are on this page that's got the working group and the project advisors. Question on the manager of Heritage Resource Management at the City of Hamilton, and I am fully supportive of going to outside folks to help with the process. Could you give us maybe a little bit of a bio or something of this person and why you brought them in?
Sure. Well, I've been reaching out to other managers of museums in the local area and also regionally. And Ian sat down with myself and Lisa a couple of weeks ago and walked us through some of his experience. He was a wealth of knowledge, and he generously offered to look over what we produce. I haven't actually done a strategic plan for a museum before, so he's going to provide some guidance for us in a volunteer capacity.
Good, okay, and Mr. Chair, just one other quick question. So, looking through this, it looks like it's going to be internally done, that we're going to tap into the resources that we got here.
Yeah.
So, other than the one day of the
focus group?
that you call it a focus group, and you're going to bring a consultant in for that. Other than that, we're not going outside for any help to get this done?
Well, that's the plan, although there are consultants, some of the facilitators I've been talking to have offered to provide additional help throughout the process. The environmental scan was one area that I was speaking to a consultant about helping us with, but generally the entire plan will be produced in-house. And if we make that decision to have someone help us with the environmental scan, that would be because it would be time and cost effective. So, for example, there's an organization called Lord Cultural Resources, and they do they do strategic plans for museums every day, and having someone like them do the environmental scan, they already have the data on other museums, both nationally and regionally, so it would cut a lot of the time off for us.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. CAO, would you like to make a comment on Councillor McPherson's comment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think just to add a little bit to the comments that were mentioned, Ian has done a little bit of work for us early last term in terms of providing advice as we went down the pathway of looking at our heritage program and some best practices around heritage. Having spent a little bit of time in the City of Hamilton, I do know Ian. He has been with the City of Hamilton over 30 years and really has a strong background in archival research, museums, cataloging, museum education, and cultural heritage. So I didn't realize that until I read the presentation a number of days ago, that Ian had agreed to do that, but a great addition, I think, from an advice standpoint.
Thank you. Mary Stin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jessica. It's a pleasure to have you on board, and also with the knowledge that you have in regard to this issue. Of course, I'm very interested in how governance will be determined. However, when I look at the recommendations, I want to make certain that, as a council, that we don't lose sight of the fact that we will have an ongoing role to provide oversight for the museum, just like we do for everything else. So the data that's collected, and because this data is really the first that we've done of its kind regarding the museum, who do you see owns the data that's collected?
The data we collect at the museum, like attendance numbers, statistics to our visitors to our website, revenues, that kind of data is owned by the museum or the town of Lincoln.
And so what about the data that's collected as a result of this strategic exercise?
That would continue to belong to us,
To
the museum and the town.
and the town. So that's great, and I want to make sure, Mr. Chairman, that there isn't too much vetting that goes on. So I would ask, Mr. Chairman, that some consideration be given to how the raw data can come forward either to a small committee of council or to full council, because I really truly believe that there is going to be very important kernels of information in there that we have never ever collected. And to understand those is really to understand the type of governance model that we need to select as a result of that. So, Mr. Chairman, I just put that on the table. Mr. CAO may have some comments, but as you were going along, it just seemed to be the most important element was to hear that raw data and to truly understand what people are thinking about when they think about the museum and its
Absolutely.
future.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I anticipate that the data that we've been collecting up until this point and then moving forward in the new museum space will be a great way to gauge some of the progress that we've made in terms of revenue and attendance and visitor experience.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Kirkopoulos.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think just to echo and add a little bit onto Jessica's comments, I think the importance of governance, it has been something that council's highlighted, I think, over the last number of years as we looked at a new build, as we looked at changing our model of delivery from a museum and cultural perspective and expanding those services. So governance will remain a key part of what Jessica and the team do as it relates to this. And that's everything from working with our volunteers and ensuring their engagement long-term, as well as, remaining core to the programming. Some of those authentic pieces that I think we find incredibly appealing and that would draw people to our museums and to our programs. So that'll all be a lot of the engagement we do with you, a lot of the engagement we do with volunteers in the community, and what we bring back to you.
Thank you, Mike. So I know Director Graham asked us to go very softly on you, Jessica, but I expected much more questions, and I have nothing else in the queue. But before, what did I say? Graham. Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
But he agrees with you as well.
Director McKay, yes. Sorry. So thank you very much for your presentation, and, you know, like Shannon mentioned when she was up there introducing you, you know, a number of us had a number of questions as we were moving forward with the museum, so it's a refreshing thought to know that, you know, you're here to help us guide with the help of all the staff that we have as we look forward to the opening of this museum in the spring, summer of 2020. So thank you very much for your presentation. So we do require 2 members of council to participate in the stakeholder focus group. So I'm going to ask by a show of hands as to those that might be interested in participating. I'm seeing Councillor Timmers. I'm seeing Councillor Timmers. Yes, Councillor Russell, I was expecting some more clarification. So I'm going to go to Director McKay, not Director Graham, to ask for a little bit of confirmation as to what the commitment is for the 2 councillor members joining this. Director McKay.
Thank you, Chair Bernay. So all members of council will be given an opportunity to be interviewed as part of the process, but we're looking for 2 councillors to participate in the full-day retreat, and then there might be some follow-up emails subsequently to that retreat and that meeting.
And the date of the retreat?
That's still to be determined, Chair Bernay. It's a little bit early for that actual date. Is it a weekday? Can we make it a weekday? We haven't picked it.
Okay, so we have 2 sets of hands, but we're open for any other interest. Councillor Russell?
Councillor Bernay, thank you very much. I would be interested. It's really dependent on the time. If it's a weekday, I'd be unavailable. If it's a weekend for that full-day retreat, I would be available. So it really comes down to that timing. So otherwise, if the date's not picked, then I wouldn't be able to participate.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. I'm going to go to Councillor Patriva to see his comments.
Thanks, Chair Bernay. Yeah, with my background on the Regions Cultural Committee, I too would be interested, but depending on the date.
Okay, so appreciate, we have interest from 4 people. We have, what I'm hearing, a commitment from 2. All members of council, as Director McKay has alluded, will be interviewed. So what is your pleasure, Councillor Russell? We're going to go to a vote if we have more than 2. Would you like your name to participate, or would you like to bow out based on the fact that you would be interviewed? You're okay with that? Thank you. Councillor Patriva, you want your name included? I'm gonna go to, okay, thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Patriva. You're. Okay. Okay. Councillor Michalak. Okay, great. So we have Councillor Timmers, Councillor McPherson, and Councillor Michalak. So by a show of hands, I'm going to go in order. Those looking to have Councillor Timmers join the stakeholder focus group, please vote. Councillor, for those in favor of Councillor Timmers. Well, you're voting for 2. We're voting for 2 people. And there are three people with their name in their hat right now. Counselor Timmers, Counselor McPherson, and Counselor Michalak. So can I see those hands again? We're voting for Counselor Timmers. Sure. Clerk, you've got that? Those in favor of Counselor McPherson? Counselor Michalak? Madam Clerk? Counselor McPherson is bowing out. So we have our two. We. Yeah. Just following the script. Just following the script. We have Counselor Timmers and Counselor Michalak. Thank you, counselors. So we have a motion that council receive the information for this planning for the future presentation and endorse the development of the Museum and Cultural Center strategic plan, and that Councillor Timmers and Councillor Michalak are identified to participate in the stakeholder focus group, and that staff be directed to report back to council in Q1 2020 on the status of the plan. We will require a mover for the motion. Councillor Russell, all in favor? And that is carried. Next item on the agenda is consent agenda. So we have come to the consent agenda of the agenda, which has 4 items. Item 7.1, CS 24-19, the facility and parking lot snow removal and salting contract. Item number 7.2, PW 31-19, the sidewalk winter maintenance tender award. Item 7.3, PW 32-19, Cherry Heights and Vista Ridge Subdivision Flow Monitoring Project Award. Item 7.4, Age-Friendly Citizen Committee Minutes of July 4th. And item 7.5, Active Transportation Citizen Advisory Committee Minutes of July 16th. So, Madam Clerk, it says here we have 4 items, but in actual fact, we have 5. So could we just correct that? Thank you. Would any member like to remove any items from the consent agenda to discuss? Mayor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, I just want, this is a point of clarification. If we're looking at a tender, and the purpose of looking at the tender is to make a decision about who's going to receive the contract or not, when do we discuss the details? I just have a quick question, but it doesn't have anything to do with the letting of the contract. When would those questions be entertained?
Then I would suggest that you would request that we pull it.
Okay, all right. Well, then I would ask that CS 2419 be lifted.
2419?
Yes.
Yep, so we'll deal with 2419 at the end. There's 2 sidewalk contracts. You're only interested in, or you're interested in both? So you'd like both? So Madam Clerk, 2419 and 3119 to be pulled, and we'll deal with those after the other 3? So we will vote on the other 3? Or you've added them? Okay. Okay. Yep, exactly. So we need a mover to move those. Councilor Rinjima? All in favor? Thank you. So we will now move to discussion on item 7.1, the facility and parking lot snow removal and salting contract. At the end. So we're going, now we're going to do it? Fine. Okay, so we're going to do it now. And so, Mayor Easton, you had some discussion, some comments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On page 26, underneath the list, I just wanted clarification on deficiency list. Is the deficiency list because something changed during the season and an item was not included in the contract, and now we want to add it? Or is the deficiency list because the contractor forgot to do something that they were contracted to do? And regardless of the definition, how do we pay for those?
Director Graham or Mr. Tasker, who wants to tackle that? Shannon? Okay. Director McKay.
Thank you, Chair Brunei. To you, Mayor Easton. The deficiency list is something that the town staff, upon inspections and stuff, provide to the contractor. And these deficiencies have to be fixed. We hold back monies to ensure that they do that.
Okay. So we have a list, they didn't do it for whatever reason. We hold back the money, and then discussion takes place about how it's going to be. Great.
That is
Thank you very
correct.
much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Easton. So we are now going to move to item 7.2, PW 31-19, the sidewalk winter maintenance. Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we go to that item, we're going to read the motion to receive for information report CS 24-19, the facility and parking lot snow removal and salting winter maintenance tender award. Approve award of RFT 2019-068 PW to Newport Landscape Service in the amount of $128,525 excluding HST, and approve the mayor and clerk to sign and seal the contract documents on behalf of the municipality. Your favor on the motion? And that is carried. Thank you, Councillor McPherson. We're now going to move to item 7.2, PW 31-19, the sidewalk winter maintenance tender award. Councillor Pachariva.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Brunei. I've got 3 questions with respect to this report. So we talk about excess snow removal in the BIA, page 31 of 179. Wondering about downtown Jordan, if there's been any provisions for that. I'll wait and then, rather than give all 3 at once.
Director Graham?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, yes, there has. We have
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Second question, wondering if we captured, with respect to sidewalk and walkway clearing, the new catwalks involved in the Cache and Lausanne developments in southern Beamsville.
Director Graham?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, so we have, we're anticipating those, so if they're built in place and public are using them, then they will be cleared.
Okay, fantastic. And third and final question, and it came up at our Active Transportation Committee, the clearing of the walkways in Hillary Bald Park. We want to encourage active transportation year-round. People are still walking the park, and all you need to do is take a look from the parking lot at the snow boots, and hopefully that's been added.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, yes, it has, understanding the importance for the active transportation link.
Thank you very much, Mr. Graham. If I had gold stars, I would give you 3. Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is around the bidders, and always I guess, cautious in the public realm when we have one bidder. And it states in the report that 3 companies downloaded the full tender package and only one bid was received by the tender closing time. So does that mean that the other bids came in after the closing time or did not come in? And the second part to that question is, did we do any call-outs to those that downloaded the full tender to find out why they may have not bid the package?
Director Graham.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the counselor. Good question. Like the report was saying, we had 3 bidders pick up the package, only 1 submitted, which is our one you're seeing here in our report. We didn't reach out to the other bidders at this point to find out why they didn't submit. It could be for a number of reasons. On many of our contracts, a lot of times you'll have, plan takers, bidders, they'll pick up the package to take a look at it, and for a number of reasons from their end, they may decide to submit a bid or not submit a bid. So we normally don't follow up with people why they didn't submit a bid. I know through the bid process, we didn't have any questions from bidders in terms of anything unclear in the contract that was issued. We have no concerns around that. The low bid that has been, or the bid that's been submitted that we're recommending, we find those costs to be reasonable. We don't have any concerns with those costs from what we've previously been experiencing. When we look at other municipalities who have contractors providing snow removal services, et cetera, costs are in line with what you would expect, so we're not concerned with the costs, if that helps or not.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just would, I would be, concerned that we potentially expose ourselves here, that we are just putting this out there, shutting somebody out. I don't know if, and I'm not suggesting that's the case, but we expose ourselves to that kind of thinking. And I'm not suggesting that we go and follow up on every bidder that doesn't bid, as long as we got 2 or 3 bidders. But when you only have 1 bid, it starts to get a little bit more concerning, that we're just gonna hand it to the 1 bidder, not knowing where the price could have been. If you look at the sidewalk, or this is the sidewalk, if you look at the parking lots, I mean, that Newport Landscaping is new on the scene, I believe, and their bid is like 50 grand below the other bid. So just to find out from these other bidders what's in it, or is the business out there just too good that you've got enough work? I mean, at least to investigate that. I think it's in our best interest. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Michalak.
Thank you, Chair Brunei, through you to most likely Dave as well. I too have a concern with the fact that we only had 1 bid submitted, and I feel reassured where, you're saying that it's in line with what we budgeted. Moving forward in the future, is this something that we should consider doing ourselves, given the fact that it doesn't seem to be a market for anybody else wanting to do this, or not knowing what to charge? I'm just concerned. How do other municipalities, from what I see, other municipalities, they seem to deal with this on their own.
That's a great question, and we have an answer for that. Director Graham.
Perfect.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the counselor, that's a great question in terms of where we're going next. So what you're going to see coming to a future committee is we're going to bring forward a plan where we're going to talk about transitioning to do all of our sidewalks in the community, every town sidewalk. There's going to be options around that, but with the view that is something that the town would be doing internally with our own resources and equipment and et cetera. So kind of looking ahead, that's what we're considering, and you'll see a report coming forward in the near future with a plan and a communication plan on starting to explore that new service standard. for this type of work.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, Mr. Chair. Just that way, when we do field complaints from residents, well, we know who's responsible for that poor job, and we can deal with it on ourselves and not rely on a third party to handle it. So that's all. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we have a motion to receive for information, report PW 31-19 Sidewalk Winter Maintenance Tender Award and approve award of RFT 2019-066 PW to Bosma Landscape Service in the amount of $178,450 excluding HST, and approve the mayor and clerk to sign and seal the contract documents on behalf of the municipality. We will require a mover. Councilor Russell, thank you. Your pleasure on the motion, and that is carried. Next item on the agenda, item number 8. We are now considering item 8.1, PW-30-19 U-Link update. Staff will provide a presentation. Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. Before we get started with the presentation, I'd like to introduce Samantha Brousseau, who's our transit coordinator. I know some of you maybe met Samantha, but I don't think everyone has. So she's going to be accompanying me tonight with the presentation. So a little bit of background. We have a report that committee has with a lot more detail, but the presentation tonight, we want to highlight a lot of the elements in the report. So again, just a little bit of background on U-Link and kind of where we started. We started our pilot in November of 2017, and the intention was to introduce and expose residents to local public transit. And what we were trying to do, we wanted to gauge citizen and community need, desire, and readiness for transit. We wanted to increase mobility across Lincoln, that whole connection piece. Support Lincoln as a complete, sustainable community. Support economic and workforce development. Support the introduction of the future GO train station in Lincoln. So you want that bus or transit vehicle to be able to get people to a future GO station. September 2018, Council approved extending the service with our service provider into 2019. We transitioned from the pilot to a permanent service. We made that commitment that this is something the town wants to provide for the community. We established a contract position here at the town, our transit coordinator, to support this new service for the community. And we also approved developing a rider fare that came into effect this year, basically to give the town qualification to leverage provincial gas tax funding. So Samantha's going to share ridership metrics with members of committee since the last time we've been in front of committee.
Thanks, Dave. All right, so from January to August of this, closer, sorry. Okay, so from January to August of this year, we've had 1,350 pickups with a total of 165 days of service. We've seen an average of 8 riders per day. 72% of those riders were adults, 22% senior, and 6% youth. 72% of riders are women, and late morning and early afternoon are the most common trip times. So the popular stops for Route 931 are the No Frills CIBC and Edelheim Road stops. For Route 932, it's the Sobeys and Go Bus stop. And for Route 933, it's the Chartwell Orchards and Foodland. So we can see that the grocery stores on all 3 routes are very popular. So throughout the year, we see that average daily ridership is rising. If you look at just the spring and summer, or spring and winter months, it's 7 riders per day average, whereas in the summer, it's 9. And since the fare was implemented in April, we've collected over $875 in fare revenue. We also ran a summer Saturday service this year. So there was 53 riders in total for 9 days of service with 6 rides per day on average. 62% of those riders were adults, 28% senior, 10% youth, and 79% of the riders were women. The most popular stops for the summer were No Frills, Edelheim Road, and Sobeys, and the morning and afternoon stops were the most popular. We had a resident of Beamsville send in a really nice quote to us about how much the U-Link service has impacted her life. She wanted to let us know that the ability to use our transit service has helped her maintain a level of independence that she would have lost had it not been in place.
So we're always continuing to look at how we can do various enhancements and quality improvements to our service, and we'll share with you some of those. And again, our transit coordinator continues to make that a high priority.
So one of the big things we wanted to tackle was user friendliness and accessibility. So we've achieved that in part by improving our brochure. It's now a larger size, easier for people to read. It also now has points of interest in the communities on the map, so people can look at the brochure and know where they want to go, what things they can do along the routes. We've also partnered with Brock University and Niagara College with the Student UPass partnership, so students can now ride the bus for free, and the Niagara region actually reimburses us at 75 cents per ride. Our route information and schedules are also now available on the Transit app as well as Google Maps, and we have improved connections with the Go Bus stop, so our route 932 goes to the Go Bus stop 10 times a day. So some more improvements we have made are we've renamed our routes, to align with the Intermunicipal Transit Working Group's initiative to avoid duplicate names. So Route 1 is now 931, Route 2 is now 932, and Route 3 is 933. And we've also added 12 new regular stops and 5 new flag stops to our routes.
So the regional intermunicipal transit update, we had a great presentation tonight to sort of get the region here and share with members of committee what's been going on. And as was talked about earlier, the region's looking at the on-demand concept for West Niagara. And I think, that makes sense for a number of reasons. Staff, we're continuing to work with the region. We're very excited to find out more about the modeling study that was being referred to tonight. There's some recommendations and findings coming out of that. So I think there's a real opportunity for us to look at, how we can leverage that to improve transit for all of our residents in Lincoln. So the intent is that once we have a chance to see that information, we're going to be coming back to committee with a report, as was noted earlier in the delegation, and present those findings in a lot more detail in terms of what it could look like for Lincoln with some options around that. So committee can expect that, coming, according to the region's timelines, maybe December. That's what we're looking at the moment.
So public engagement has also been a priority for us. To date, as a transit coordinator, I've been attending Saturday morning farmers markets in Beamsville. I've attended some of the Sunset Music Series dates, and I've participated in multiple community events such as the People Makes Park and Lincoln Rerouted events. And I've also been visiting community hubs and businesses just to spread information about the U-Link service and make sure that everywhere that is a community hub for the service has schedules and route times. Going forward for community engagement, I plan to implement a survey to gauge community impact and needs, having continual attendance at various community events, and I'm arranging info days at local senior centers, homes, and schools, and there will be continual visits to community hubs and businesses.
Yeah, so with that, thank you, and we're here to answer any questions related to the report.
Thank you, Dave and Samantha, for your presentation. Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Chair Brunei, through to the presenters. Thank you very much, Dave and Samantha. I think it was a fabulous report, and I like to see those numbers and the data and the, broken down very nicely. You can see it really clearly where people are going and who's riding the U-Link. I was also very happy to see that you've partnered with Niagara College in Brock with the U-Pass. So if they have a U-Pass, they're riding free? Did you say that? Okay. One other question I had for you is regarding the maps. I know I've heard some feedback. Some of the senior community are having a hard time figuring out the stops, like reading that chart. And I don't know if I read that in the report, that there's a plan to make it a little more simplified, or did I read that in the report? I'm not sure. Maybe Samantha or Dave, if you could answer that.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So we have made changes to the map in the current version that actually just arrived in my office this week. So it hasn't been out to the public yet, but it will be starting tomorrow. I'm going out to bring them everywhere. The size has also been enlarged so that it's easier to read. And there's a lot more clarification on the route schedules on which side of the road the stop might be on, if it's on the east side or the west side. So that'll make it easier for people to be able to navigate the routes.
Oh, that's great. I just had heard over, some feedback with people, they were having a hard time figuring out their routes. So that's great. I'm glad to hear that. As far as the flag stops, I also, this had come up, Samantha, you were at Age Friendly that evening with us, and there were some concerns with the flag stop about it being safe if they're stopping along number 8 or King. So can you just go over how the bus is stopping if it's someone's waving it down on number 8 highway? What's the procedure there?
So through you, Mr. Chair, great question, because it has come up at a number of events and community input. So if someone's on the side of the road or someone wants to get off the bus, they can get off or on the bus at any point during that flag stop area. If they're getting on the bus, they just need to kind of wave down the bus. The bus driver knows to be paying attention to the road. He even sometimes stops and asks people if they're waiting for the bus if he's not sure, which is very helpful to a lot of people. He just pulls over to the side when it's safe, puts his 4-way lights on. Unfortunately, it's not equipped like a school bus where a stop sign comes out and there's a lot more lights flashing. Just the 4-ways is what we have right now, and then people are able to get on and off the bus.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to address that because it had come up. I don't know if that kind of bus would eventually have a stop that comes out like a school bus. I don't know if that's even appropriate, but.
No, for sure, I think, and the other thing, we've talked to the driver too about areas where we don't want you to pull over.
Sure.
So where there's curves.
Yes.
So some, best practices, if there's someone's there flagging down, make sure if you're gonna stop the bus, it's in a safe location. Because there are some curves there too,
Sure.
so we don't wanna stop in those areas.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the presenters. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to preface my comments with, I know a lot of hard work has gone into U-Link, and I know that there's a lot of passion for U-Link, and I don't want to take away from any of that, because I think, again, what's been established is a job well done. My concern is the numbers, and whether or not we are responding to a need in the market or trying to make a market for something where there might not be a need. When you look at the numbers, again, they look great when you compare them to what we've had last year. It looks like we're down 15% on ridership, about 250 rides up to the end of August. And that's with an expansion of routes. So after hearing some of the on-demand commentary tonight and what might be available, I would like to see a staff research or some staff to take away, maybe identifying some of those services and whether or not they might be a decent or a valuable replacement for what we have. And it may turn out to be that it's not feasible and we still offer some transit service to them, but now that we may have an option, I think it behooves us to try to explore that for the value of our residents.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, no, for sure, that's a great question. I mean, I think that's what you can expect when we bring a report back. So once we learn more about the opportunities that we could take advantage of with the region and working together with the region, and sort of looking at, you know, what is gonna be the best service model for our residents, that kind of lens on it. We'll be bringing that back to you with that type of information, so.
Okay. One more question, Mr. Chair. You have a lot of data about the actual users themselves. Do you have any data, names to actually show the number of unique riders we have in the town? Like we have ages, we've got demographics. Is there anything that specifies how many actual riders use it per week or per year?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, I don't. I am planning with that survey that we're implementing, part of it is to ask people how often they use the U-Link, so we hope answering those types of questions will give us insight into exactly what you're asking, because we've been asking it ourselves as well.
Do you ask for their name on?
No.
No? Not even
It's
first name?
optional if they would like to give us their name, if they want anything. There's a comment section where they can give us more information, and if it's something that they want feedback from us on, then obviously we need to know who to contact. So it's optional if they want to add that, but they're not required to give us their information at all.
Okay.
But to that question, I think it's a great question, and I'm asking the same question. So, you know, when I was out for my day in the life of community services, I heard a story, I believe it was Sarah. But to your comment, Adam Russell, Councillor Russell, you know, I heard a story about Rose Cottage, and that Rose Cottage is using the U-Link to go to Charles Daly. Sarah, could you just expand on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. This past spring, I believe it was, Rose Cottage approached us to coordinate use of the U-Link for an annual event that they host, which they just hosted recently in September in the downtown. And at that time, the executive director identified to us that she didn't know a lot about U-Link. So at that time, the transit coordinator, Sarah, who is now on maternity leave, took it as an opportunity to educate that not-for-profit group about the opportunities that were available to the clientele that they service. And they really saw an opportunity to get some of their clients out to Charles Daly and the therapeutic benefits, certainly that they receive going out to that site that they wouldn't be able to necessarily access otherwise. So we do know that there were some uses this summer on the Saturday service.
Thank you very much. Mary Easton.
I also had a question in regard to the flow of this report. And I just wanted to clarify with Mr. Graham, Director Graham, about the next report that's coming, because this would normally go to the budget. I just want to clarify that. And therefore, we would have the additional information from the survey, I'm assuming, at that time. Is that correct?
Mr. CEO?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that is correct to the mayor's question. This will be part of the budget process as we have every year. It is something that we are looking at bringing forward again. One of the clarifying points, and maybe this helps, is you'll see PW-30-19, the report that we've got in front of you regarding the U-Link update. One of the provisions is there that we extend the term of the existing contract for no more than a year. I bring your attention to the point that says no more than a year. We know the conversations are going on, I think, to Councillor Russell's comment and others that have spoken with the region. There's going to be a decision point for council to make. There's a number of exciting opportunities and options, one of which would be to partner and to have that seamless service. So what you've got in front of you is a report that definitely looks at that, but it will definitely be part of the budget process in terms of the existing support that council is providing for transit.
So, Mr. Chairman, would it be possible then for us to have a bit of an algorithm, or whatever chart is appropriate, to identify where we're at right now and how some of those other pieces might fit in and approximate dates? It's a bit difficult to get a sense of when those influences might might present themselves. Because I'm not sure now, it appears, according to this report, as though there is an urgency to the service contract being approved. You read it and you're left with the impression that you should be, that in this report, that the contract is going to be struck. Is BTS the only company that we would contract with? Would we put it out for RFP? That's just a little bit unclear to me, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Director Graham?
Through Mr. Chairman to the mayor, I think with what the region's doing right now, there's a lot of moving parts, and we want to stay very nimble with what we're doing. So what we're suggesting is our current contract with BTS, in that contract provides provisions for extending the term. So we want to, we're recommending council support extending that contract over into the new year with BTS. That way, we'll know more from what the region's initiative will look like and how that will affect us. We don't want to, if we were to put it out for tender, for example, there's a lot of unknowns on what next year might look like, and you wouldn't get a lot of service providers bidding on something that we can't really define yet. So we're suggesting the best course of action currently. Let's just continue with our service so there's no disruption. We allow provision that we're extending it into the new year. You know, whether that's a couple months at a time, but we really want to stay nimble and fluid till we understand our options with the regional on-demand model. So
Okay, that's very helpful. I know that all of that is in here, but I wanted to hear it again. But this does have to be referred to the budget, so even the decision, it has to go to the budget. We have to, even though we're going to continue on with it, we still have to put it in the budget. And I don't know whether there's going to be any increase in costs or not. So should that not be part of this? This needs an amendment to allow that to happen so that because if we approve this, there's no point in sending it to the budget. We've already made the decision.
Mr. CEO?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I'll definitely look to clerks for the appropriate wording to do that. I think as Director Graham highlighted, the current service contract does allow for us at any point in time, month to month, to potentially cancel that. I think everyone, all of our service providers are clear that it is subject to council approval and the continuation of council support for transit. So if we need to add an element to the recommendation that includes a comment about this coming forward in the 2020 budget process, we can definitely do that. I think our hope would be leaving here, though, that we continue over the next number of months on that month-to-month contract, and should council make a different decision as part of the budget process, of course, we'd be going back. But our hope is, you know, as we hear more from the region, as they're in front of us in the coming months with this potential option, council has a decision to make at that particular point in time as well. Director Graham, I think, wants to chime in.
Through Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Mike, for those comments. Just to add to that, just to sort of give you an idea where we are currently with our contract. So our current contract expires the end of December. So what we're asking and suggesting tonight, that council support extending into 2020, and we'll bring those numbers as part of that budget process. So right now, our contract is good right up until the end of December.
Okay.
So it's not,
So
we're
you're
not
looking-
extending it tonight by any means. We actually don't have to extend it, it runs out the end of December. So
Right.
our plan is we'll bring that in the budget process and share that with you.
So you want to leave here tonight knowing that our intentions are that this service is going to continue?
Exactly. And through Mr. Chairman, if I may, in the contract too, it's good for us to give notice to our service provider that we are moving into next year with an arrangement with you versus the end of December, so that it gives them some notice as well.
I think our practice has been pretty clean in terms of referring things to budget, and I think we should stick with that. It's not going to really change anything. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was there an amendment that was?
I have not seen anything at this point.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I was trying to get the chair's attention, but there's a number of speakers. I think, you know, in talking to our clerk, I think just adding a provision after the last recommendation, which says to approve the extended contract service, et cetera, I think we'll add subject to budget approval.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chair Brunei. Those questions that Mayor Easton brought up were exactly mine as well. But I just make a comment to pick up on what Councillor Russell had spoke about. I would have the same concerns as Councillor Russell. However, I think we need a larger time period to kind of gauge this around. I'm kind of excited to see the regional connecting routes. I think that's going to make a difference. I think we still need to educate the public. There's a lot of people that still know we have ULink. When you get a community that's used to having 2 vehicles and you know, not knowing it's there, I think we still, and that's not a reflection on our communications or advertisement of at any sort. It's just people don't know yet and don't know what they can do with it. So thank you very much to the presenters, Dave, and welcome Samantha to town. Thank you.
Councillor Patriva.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Brunei. Through you to the presenters, a couple questions. And if I'm reading the bus schedule properly, it says that we now meet the GO bus 5 times a day, but we stop there 10 times. So how are we going to close that gap and make sure that all 10 stops we have are meeting the GO bus in a timely fashion?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So Route 2 meets the GO bus, and Route 2 runs 5 times a day, but it goes to the GO stop twice while it's inbound and outbound from the Fleming Center. So it hits it 10 times a day. When it's outbound from Fleming, it's within 5 minutes just before the GO bus arrives, and then on its second arrival at the GO bus station, it's actually about a 20-minute wait for the GO bus, but it's still
Okay.
pretty close for
Okay, so
people.
that's not that bad. So
Yeah.
that's good to hear. Now, we had talked about, so in the PW 3119, which we approved earlier this evening with respect to sidewalk cleaning, there's a provision in there to clean the ULink stops. So does that include cleaning off the benches? Because that was the thing last year. You would drive by, you know, without permanent shelters and wondering, so this is going to be a follow-up question, wondering if we're going to defer the purchase of those structures, given the presentation we received tonight from the region with the on-demand. But I mean, that's a barrier to participation as you go out and there's 2 feet of snow on the actual bench. So wondering if that's included with a blower in that contract to clean the sidewalk, that they will clean the benches as well.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, yeah, great question, because last year, what we've learned with clearing stops for buses is you have to clear a big area for, you know, accessibility, et cetera. So we've included that in our contract, and the benches will have to be addressed as well.
Okay, because the ridership nosedived in the winter because of some of these issues, so.
Yeah.
Okay, curious, are we going to proceed with the couple structures we had planned, or we're going to put that off?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we would recommend just putting that on hold for
Okay.
now until we figure out where we're going.
What next steps are? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Michalak.
Thank you, Chair Brunei, through you to the presenters. Just curious, do we have the data on, and I know I asked this earlier, the data on how many of those multi-token rider cards did we sell? How many of those, that to me would gauge a certain amount of loyalty to a service. Do we know that data? Do we have a ledger that tells us how many of those, those tickets of 10 cards we've sold?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we do have that data. I have checked just before the meeting started. We're at about 60 for the year.
60?
Yeah. So that would have been since April when the fare came into effect. So 60 of those 11 ride cards have been sold.
Okay. Do we know, is it the same 3 people buying 20 passes, or is it 60 different people? Is it?
So through you, Mr. Chair, at this point, I don't have a way to be able to tell if it's the same people. I could speak with the bus driver and he might have an idea, but there's no way for me to collect that data because people can buy them at so many different areas and there's no ID being checked when they buy them or anything.
It's just for me, it would be a way of gauging dependability by the number of certain residents. And I'm echoing several councillors, their concerns about the ridership numbers. And I mentioned to, the regional transit coordinators, and when I asked what's a reasonable amount, what is a target ridership goal that we are achieving? Do we have that number? Do we have a number of what makes this a sustainable, or what makes this a successful transit system?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, I mean, generally speaking, when we talk to our colleagues and other transit providers, it is very difficult to build your ridership. It does take a lot of time, takes a lot of work to get people used to taking transit. It depends on the level of service that you're providing. I mean, I think if we can get interconnections, that's really going to help us with the on-demand concept, and how can we leverage that to help our ridership. As far as a target, I don't think we have a hard number specifically, but we do want to continue to work hard to see how we can increase our ridership.
Okay, I have some serious, eight riders a day with very little uptick from what I can see year over year, and a lot of resources. And don't get me wrong, I certainly feel there's a need for public transit within our community and for certain members. I just scratching my head if there's a better way or a different way. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Samantha and Dave. And every time I see that graphic, it's just fabulous. I mean, that is just a great logo for us in the color scheme. I just gotta say that. But I'm gonna go down the road of my ward colleague with a little bit different slant on that. I did not see repeat riders in your data, and I know that's difficult to collect, but from what we heard tonight, I start to think about those repeat riders and why they're on our bus. And I think we just need to think about them as we potentially look at on-demand bus rides or car rides or van rides or whatever it is. But because there may not be a comfort level for that for those particular repeat riders, and whether it be, through a phone, they gotta make the call, don't know who the driver is, they know the driver now, they get, so there's already that established. So just from when we're going down that road, we may wanna have, if we could get it, more data on that. I don't know if you need to ride the bus for a few days and see who's on it and ask them if they're a repeat rider all the time, but just from those folks that are making up, how much of this number are they making up? And then if we were to, potentially move away from this system, how would it affect them? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I see no other questions. I just had just a couple questions with regards to the flag stops. So in the presentation, it said there were 5 new flag stops. When I look at the data in the report, it speaks specifically to Culp Road, John Street, Jordan Road and 4th Avenue, and then 2 flag stops on King Street, one BV and one VJ. So are those the 5 flag stops that the report is referring to? Or are these, were already there and there's 5 new ones?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, those would be 5 new ones.
Those that I just mentioned are the 5 new ones?
Yes, like as of,
It was when Sarah was here.
yeah, so I think going into the summer, we established the flag stops. And we
Okay.
wanted to try it because, you know, we're driving down or through that area anyways, en route, so to speak. So
Right.
those were areas that we selected. Let's try it to see if there's an interest.
Okay, so it's been about 3 months?
Yeah.
So in 3 months, at least the data I'm looking at shows there's very little uptake, right? There's like 0, 0.
Yeah. Through you,
Zero.
Mr. Chairman, I believe less than 5.
Okay.
And some of it, I know King Street, there was an interest with some of the migrant community.
Migrant workers, yeah.
Migrant workers, sorry. So that's kind of what kicked that off in terms of let's try it and see, you know, is there an interest? And we tried it on a number of roads. Like I said, since we're driving by there, just to see is there an interest, so.
No, and I, you know, I thought it was a great idea, especially on King Street with all the migrant workers. But I guess my only comment would be if it didn't work with the migrant workers in the summertime and through to the fall, that maybe we should be looking at other flag stops as we go into the winter. That would be my only comment. If there was no uptake with the migrant workers, which I think that was the main objective, it's my only comment. I'm going to go to Mr. Kirkopoulos.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just an opportunity, I think, to make some comments on transit. There's a lot of reasons why municipalities do transit, and I'm absolutely incredibly cognizant of what council has said and being fiscally responsible when we look at transit. And I think what you heard tonight from the region is there's some opportunities to do that and actually provide more service and get more value for the same dollar that we're putting in. And I think you're going to see us bring back a report and work with the region on that. I think as council was talking, you know, there was a couple of notes I jotted down for myself, and one was our whole conversation around transit and why we did transit, and that's everything from those higher order connections. If members of council will recall, early last term, we were starting to talk about GO and what that connection looks like, and what GO had said to us if we were looking to bring those types of GO bus connections, but as well as GO bus connections, higher order transit and GO train connections. They talked about the importance of getting your community ready for transit, for mobility freedom, for mobility options. And while we're looking at the 8 number and assuming there's only 8 people coming, and is it 8 distinct or not distinct, you know, I think when we look at all the services we subsidize and what we do for children, seniors, residents in our community, while those metrics I think are valuable and they should dictate what we do and the level of investment council makes, there are some public skates we have that maybe only have 15 or 20 children. And so I think we're absolutely cognizant of those metrics, and they're important metrics, but there's also those other intangibles that often go along with transit. And so I think when we look at the broader region, when we look at the broader economic drivers that we have and the things we're hearing and what higher order transit brings and GO brings and those sorts of things, the importance of us having a mobility conversation and having a transit service is absolutely essential. You heard Mr. Robinson and Rob, who was here with him, talk about a lot of the other municipalities who aren't even having these conversations. Right now, it's Pelham and ourselves, hopefully bringing along Fort Erie, and then some of the larger municipalities within the Niagara region context. So I think it's, you know, I wanted to bring that, I think, to the table. It is about those that can't afford to do transit, and that is not me in any way dismissing, I think, the concerns that a number of councils have raised tonight about is this financially feasible, is it the right thing to be doing? I think it is the right thing to be doing, but that doesn't mean the option that's before us with the region, which I'm excited about, I think is actually a great option and a great opportunity, isn't where we're actually going to migrate to in the very near future, respective of council's decision on that. So just some comments I wanted to make about a couple of other variables we take into consideration on this particular topic of transit.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. CAO. Councilor Patriva.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Bernay. Just, you know, listening to the discussion too, and your comments on the, you know, the uptake from the migrant farm worker population. And we were at some events and things like that, but these are typically events that the migrant farm worker community may not attend. So did we actually reach out and touch them in some way, shape, or form to say, this is an option?
I think that that's a fantastic idea, and I think next summer would definitely be a great time to do that,
Okay.
even starting in the spring.
Yeah, okay, terrific. Because, I mean, we could probably do a shout out to the farmers that employ that type of workforce and then reach out and say, here's an opportunity. And just another question, because, and again, you know, we established this to try to reach a vulnerable population that wasn't mobility friendly. And I know it's kind of crossing a boundary, and it came up at our ward meeting last night, and it's come up a number of times. And I noticed that there's a gap of an hour. So at 8:18, the bus stops at the Fleming Center. Doesn't start on its next trip until 9:20. Any feasibility thoughts about establishing a jump from the Fleming Center to the YMCA and back? Because there's a number of people that use that facility. It's come up a number of times as a forerunner to the new school, and kind of plant that seed. I know we're going to cross over a municipal boundary, but you know what? I think it's a fact that if it's not there, we can fill a void. And I'm a firm believer in some way, shape, or form, and I love movies that if you build it, they will come. So if you give them an opportunity to access it, and there's a gap, so why don't we try to fill that gap? And then, as one more point, we need to get the messaging out. Can we stick this in everyone's tax bill? Because everyone doesn't read the paper, everyone doesn't go online, but everyone's got to pay taxes, whether they love it or they don't. But, you know, we've got to really explore every avenue to get the messaging out. Like Councillor Reimer said, people still don't know we're doing this. So I think we can't leave any rock unturned in order to try to make this thing work, and at the same time dovetail it into the service that the region's going to offer.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Graham. Thank you, Samantha, for your presentation. So we have a bit of a modified motion, so I'm going to read it, and before we vote, I'll just make sure that committee is okay with the change. So to receive and file report PW-30-19 U-Link update, and support the staff recommendations as outlined in report PW 30-19, and approve extending the current service contract with BTS Network, Inc. for a term of no more than 1 year to ensure no disruption to service in 2020, subject to budget approval. We will require a mover for the motion, Councillor Pachariva. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And that is carried. We are now considering item 8.2 CS 21-19, the 2019 Museum Artifact Deaccession. Staff will be providing a presentation. Our Director of Community Services, Shannon McKay, will provide some opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair Brune. Well, once again, I have the pleasure of standing before you and introducing a member of our Museum and Cultural Center staff. I think you will hopefully all agree with me that a comprehensive report, this 69-page report that came before you on deaccessioning, you've probably not seen this much detail on a deaccessioning report prior. You're going to receive an enlightening and very informative presentation from Lisa, so I'm going to get on with introducing Lisa and then turn it over. Lisa has been volunteering and working with the museum sector since she was 13 years of age. She's garnered experience at several community museums, taking part in archaeological excavation and working in the only prime ministerial archive in Canada. Lisa holds a BA in History from the University of Saskatchewan, a certificate in Collections Management from the University of Victoria, and she is currently pursuing a master's in Geography at Brock University with a research focus on shameful histories and museums. Lisa has been with the town for just over 3 years. Lisa.
Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and committee members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present in front of you today. I'm going to spend 5 minutes presenting an overview of the museum collection for the first few slides, and the remaining 5 minutes I'll go over the deaccession process, specifically as it pertains to the report and appendices. I'll be more than happy to provide clarification to questions and comments at the end. Museum staff have been efficiently and diligently preparing for the move to the new site, and there are several notable achievements and successes that have occurred in the last 2.5 years that is worth noting. Namely, the completion of a collections register documenting every object that has been accessioned and deaccessioned within the collection since 1953. Purchasing quality camera equipment to take photos of artifacts, packing up the collection, completing a large-scale inventory of the collection, and updating the database. And staff continue to take part in professional development opportunities, including presenting at the National Canadian Museum Association Conference this past spring, and courses such as Moving Museum Collections. To provide some context to the report, I will briefly go over a history of the museum collection. The museum was established in 1953, and based off of object record documentation, staff have concluded that artifacts began being cataloged 2 years later in 1955. In 1989, the W.E. Troop collection was donated to the museum, and from 1986 to 1992, approximately 780 artifacts were renumbered, and again, in 1995, upwards of 400 artifacts were renumbered. In 1996, the town of Lincoln takes ownership over the museum. From 1999 to 2000, museum staff began inputting data using collection software. And in each year, 2010 and 2016 respectively, there was a software conversion. And a data migration occurred with existing database data. From 2017 to present, staff continue to update database records and catalogs. First, artifacts are acquired via donation after the artifact is determined to have enough provenance to be part of the museum's permanent collection. Provenance is referred to as the history of the object, who owned the object, how the object was used, where the object was created. There's a glossary in the main report should you wish to reference. Second, the artifact is approved for acceptance by council. A record is created in the database, enabling the artifact to have a corresponding barcode, but more on that a little later. Additionally, condition and description of the object is documented. The artifact is housed at the museum for research or exhibit purposes. In many cases, additional research is added to the object record as new information comes to light. An artifact should be evaluated at least once every 5 years for its condition and relevant provenance. In December 2016, the museum acquired PastPerfect, migrating the existing information from GCI database. PastPerfect is a leader in collection and contact management software and is utilized by over 10,000 museums, and the database can be easily navigated. The barcoding system is an addition to the PastPerfect database. The barcoding enables museum staff to scan each barcode and instantly bring up the object record in the database. This system has enabled staff to pack the museum collection efficiently and effectively, with each box having its own unique inventory. Recently, the barcoding of objects came up in the Moving Museum Collection course, and many institutions, both federally and provincially, were looking to our institution for expertise and advice as they were looking to adapt a similar model. Deaccessioning is the formal process of removing items from a museum collection. This is a normal process for institutions and is required for a healthy and sustainable museum. The Canadian Museum Association in their deaccessioning guidelines write, "There is nothing wrong inherently about deaccessioning. Deaccessioning is a necessary and appropriate tool in the collections management for any museum or gallery. Curatorially motivated disposal is an integral part of collections management and a way for museums or galleries to refine its collection." The primary outcomes for deaccessioning an object include improved care for the objects, improved access, retention of an object within the community, and removal of a potentially hazardous item. There are several factors when considering whether an item should be deaccessioned or not. Museum staff have reflected on the following questions. Why was the object initially acquired? What is the condition of the object? Is the object currently in use or on display? Is the object redundant? And would the objects be better suited in another institution's collection? The Canadian Museum Association outlines 7 criteria for deaccessioning an object, and they are relevancy, duplication, underused, deterioration or poor condition, hazardous, storage, and provenance. 2 professional conservators have been through some of the sites and provided their expertise on the collection, including the items listed for deaccessioning. The deaccessioning process consists of four primary steps as outlined in the Collections Management Policy Section 4. First, artifacts are identified for deaccessioning under outlined criteria. Second, a report is drafted for council to formally remove the objects for deaccession on the grounds stipulated. If approved by members of council, the objects are offered to other museums, archives, or historic sites. And lastly, if no objects are claimed, they are permanently removed from the collection. Through the documentation process of the database, we are now able to house all deaccessioned items going forward in what is referred to as a deaccession catalog. This means that all objects removed from the collection going forward will be appropriately documented with an image, description, and any institutional provenance as relevant. From the records examined, staff were able to develop a timeline for deaccessioning. In 2002, 10 items were deaccessioned. In 2003, a deaccession document was drafted but not submitted to council. The document lists upwards of 1,500 artifacts. In 2004, 129 items were deaccessioned and approved by council. In 2006, 197 items were approved by council to be deaccessioned, with an additional 50 items set to be transferred to other institutions. In 2008, an auction was held. In 2012, 27 artifacts were approved for deaccessioning, and these items were supposed to go to auction, but that never took place. In 2013, 10 items were approved to be deaccessioned, and in 2016, 2 items were listed for deaccessioning. Some of the objects included in the report that you have before you tonight had already been flagged for deaccessioning, and in some cases, the artifacts were previously approved by council. All objects in the town storage deaccession listing appendices were deaccessioned without ever being removed from the collection. Staff are still pulling items from the collection that were listed in the deaccessioning in 2004 and 2006. And because of this, the objects reverted back to the museum collection. While there are 208 items listed in to be deaccessioned tonight, 90 of those artifacts are reproduction stereoscope cards from 1978 with no ties to Lincoln. 47 artifacts are being transferred to 9 other institutions, and the remaining items are being incorporated as part of the education collection. In cases where the object is damaged or in poor condition, the object will be removed from the collection. Staff have reached out to the following institutions and organizations to transfer items listed for deaccessioning. These objects have provenance specific to other institutions, and these institutions include Norwich District Historical Society, Huron County Museum and Historic Jail, Lincoln Concert Band, Friends of Lincoln's History, West Lincoln Historical Society, Hamilton Museums, Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, the Pelham Historical Society, and Parks Canada. All institutions were quite excited to be receiving the pieces that they are. The items will be going to good homes where their history is more in alignment with the organization and area. The Canadian Museum Association Ethics Guidelines, to which we subscribe, specifically outlines the methods for disposal in order of preference. Transferring an artifact to another institution is first within this listing. And I've included some of the feedback we received from other institutions on these slides. These are the 4 next steps for staff. 1, items not transferred to other institutions will be posted on the National Museum's mailing list also known as museum listservs, enabling other institutions to acquire them should they wish to do so. Second, after approximately 6 weeks, should the objects not be wanted by another institution, the objects are removed from the collection and disposed of. 3, staff will contact our Ontario and have the deaccessioned items removed from the online collection database. 4, staff will submit to council an updated deaccessioning policy for 2020. A deaccessioning policy currently exists. However, this policy for 2020 will be more comprehensive and using the appendices outlined as a template for the future. The appendices before you were crafted with a large amount of detail and precision, and appendices such as these are above and beyond what is expected in the museum community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Before we go to any council comments or questions, I'm going to turn it over to our CAO.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of brief comments, and we were having this conversation earlier, and typically you don't hear the CAO talking about accessioning and deaccessioning. It's not a lot I know about. I did do a day in the life where I did actually number something, and I had to put on gloves and be very careful around how I did that, and Sylvia took me through that exercise. And so definitely a learning for me, but you know, I think as you heard, there's an important piece that council plays and council has in the seriousness of what is accessioning and deaccessioning. And as we look at other municipalities, both small and large, who have art collection management policies and so forth, often CFOs are involved in these types of conversations. Other staff are involved because there is a serious or a large value to the collections that we have. There's an importance to those collections. So kudos to Lisa, Jessica, Sylvia, everyone else that's here from the museum and our cultural team in terms of those roles. So definitely you'll be hearing more about this. We'll be learning more about this collectively as a management team. And these are good questions council should have. So I encourage you to ask Lisa questions today. I'm going to say take it easy on her as well. Maybe not as easy as you did on Jessica, but definitely an important topic. I did want to highlight it, and so I think collectively, you know, council should and needs to understand the importance of these types of policies. So those are my comments, and I turn the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any questions from council? Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Lisa. Mr. Chairman, I do have questions, but I want to say that the way this report has been constructed and presented tonight, it's very obvious that you require expertise within your organization, very focused expertise in order for these processes to work well. We've seen deaccessioning policies in the past. I'm very pleased, and it gives me a great deal of comfort to know that in these timelines and in these charts where you've actually shown progress over a period of time, that for some time we have had weaknesses in our system, and we now have an opportunity to not only correct the policies, but we know the policies will be well supported by the proper location. Lisa, if you go to page 6 under the barcoding and object, I've come to realize over the years that this is a living process. It seems to never end. There's always something new about it that needs to be taken into consideration. So this is a very pretty little jug here with that tea leaf pattern on it. So if I wanted to have a look at that, and we went through the process of the barcoding and just looked everything up, would it also tell me the location of it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mayor Easton, yes, and I could very easily nerd out about the barcoding system, but I will refrain. It would tell you the exact location. In fact, each barcode on the boxes that are being packed for the museum move, it will tell you a temporary location relative to box code, which is congruent with the proposed collection storage, the new site. There's a very detailed code that goes along with that. And so it is very easy to identify where these objects are being located based on that barcode. It's a host of information is garnered from that.
Okay, and on page 10 then, under 2012, when you're talking, you identified the 27 approved items for deaccession. Is it possible, because of the circumstances around the storage of our items at the moment, can we tell whether any of these things, whether, let me say it this way, are all those 27 items intact, and are we able to lay our hands on them if we wanted to?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mayor Easton. Not at the present moment, given that we're boxing things up, and in some cases, those 27 items, some of them were removed and some of them were not. And so at this time, it would be difficult to locate those, so long as once everything is packed up and put in their appropriate boxes, only then would we have a complete inventory listing contrasted with that report that was submitted to council.
And should council think that any of these pieces have gone missing throughout the process of things moving around and changes in the way things are done? Is that a possibility?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mayor Easton, it is possible. 2012 was prior to my time, and so I speak from about October 5th, 2016 onwards, and so it is quite possible that in that time frame, there were some things that have gone missing.
Okay, thank you for being so forthright about that. On page 14, under item 2, you talk about things being removed from the collection if they're not wanted by another institution. And I know that we have a list of places that you contact, and they're offered to a variety of different potential homes. So when you say they are then removed from the collection and disposed of, what does it mean to dispose of them?
For sure, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mayor Easton, those items can be put forth to auction if deemed applicable. However, they would not go necessarily to a community auction, and so long as the auctioneer feels as though that they are of some value. I've had some preliminary talks with an auctioneer who deems that provenance is a key factor when items go to auction, and none of the items that I'm aware of that are listed in the report that perhaps may go to auction, if not to another institution, have sufficient provenance.
So provenance and the proving of that provenance has now become an extremely important component in determining what will be kept and what won't be kept, unless it's something extremely unique. Is that correct?
Correct. Museums of the 21st century put a lot of emphasis on provenance and the history of the object. That's what tells the story of the town and of the area. And I can speak to this, a lot of museums, in fact, are deaccessioning in present times. In fact, as I was drafting this report, in a span of a week, there were 5 different institutions whose deaccessioning appendices landed in my inbox vis-a-vis the museum listserv. And so it's a quite prevalent issue. In museums, there's a lot of discussion and talk about refining a museum collection, especially in the age of sustainability and moving into the future.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify. So when you're removing these and disposing of them, where do they go then? If they don't go to auction, where do they go?
They go to another institution, or they can,
do they go to a thrift store? Do they go to would they go as an item to silent auction? What I'm trying to figure out what happens here. I think we need to be absolutely transparent about this piece of it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Mayor. The CMA guidelines, which we subscribe to, as Lisa mentioned, are quite clear on the steps we need to take and the preference of who we can contact first and what ultimately happens to the objects. So the first step would be to offer it to another institution, and then it would be to send it to auction, a public auction. The third step would be to contact a dealer privately to see if the auctioneer didn't want it. And then the fourth step would be to sell it. Now, the caveat there is that we could not sell it to anyone with any attachment to the museum, so that would include staff, yourselves, volunteers of the museum. And if they didn't want it, then it would probably go in the trash.
So harsh. But I did ask.
Sorry, and just to mention, if it went in the trash, I mean, there are some objects in this deaccessioning report that are so beyond repair, so deteriorated physically that if you put it on the sidewalk, nobody in their right mind would take it. So that's a very extreme example, and I would imagine that it would get picked up somewhere along the way, but yeah, I'm sorry to be harsh about that.
Well, I wanted the answer because somebody is going to ask it, because this is always a very tricky policy at any time. And so I really needed the answer.
And just to add to that as well, some objects are actually hazardous. In my experience, and if they're hazardous, that the first step would be to destroy them. In my experience, I actually was present for the destruction of it was a fire suppressant that was classified as a chemical weapon today. So it was in a glass jar, and if it got heated up, the jar would break, and then anyone in the room would probably die from chemical exposure. So in that example, we wouldn't be sending it to auction. We called the fire department and they disposed of it safely.
So, Mr. Chairman, just finally, I think it just reinforces again for council how important these policies are, how the expertise, particularly now that we know so many things, you could very well end up with a big chunk of uranium or any other hazardous material. This will now, our ongoing responsibilities with this collection and all that gets added to it are very significant. I do have a very high confidence level in the staff that are working with the museum now, and very much appreciate the fact that this is all Lisa does, because to have someone who is that intimately involved, I think is really the standard that we need to be operating at. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Michalak.
Thank you, Chair Bernay. I'm hoping this question wasn't answered through your report, but.
Sorry. Mary Easton, could you? Councillor Michalak.
Thank you. I'm hoping this question has been asked or you haven't addressed it in your report. Who actually sits in on the decommissioning process? I read there was I can't remember. There was one other person, but is it yourself and others with staff, or I don't know. I just need some clarity on who sits in on that process.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor. Yes, there are in fact several people who have reviewed the appendices, who provided feedback. The two professional conservators, as I mentioned, I sent the appendices and report off to a couple colleagues I have in Saskatchewan who mentored me in collections management. All of the staff have reviewed it to a large extent, and so based on that, I'm fair to say that we've probably had at least 7 or 8 people in the museum field review these documents.
Okay, so and one more question, just so, when there's an artifact that belonged to Jane Doe from 300 years ago and it's deemed to be ready for decommission, is the estate or is a relative of that decommissioned artifact, deaccession, I can't remember the term, deaccessioned artifact, is there a notification to that possible donator or that donor or that person of relevance to that artifact? Are they notified?
Through you, Chair Brunet, to the councillor, it used to be policy, as I understand, that you would take the recommended steps to contact the donor. However, the OMA and CMA have stipulated that that's not necessarily the case in many instances where you have an object that was donated in the middle of the 20th century and then you deaccession it much time later. The parameters by which it's difficult to track down the donor, and based on those guidelines, we take them at recommendation.
Fair enough. Yeah, thank you.
Lisa, thank you very much for your report. I know you made a comment when you were talking about barcoding, about nerding it down. Don't ever make a comment about your passion and your knowledge and your expertise, which I witnessed when I went on the day of a life, and to spend some time with you down in the basement, and I believe spending time with Sylvia and Jessica and Beth there. I remember clearly winning the spelling bee that day, but I lost the cleanliness of the nails. So we are in good hands as we move to the new museum with you looking after this and the other 3 people on our staff. Thank you. So we have a pardon? Yes, it's 9 o'clock. Let's have a 5-minute bio break.
because we got in the same house of trouble.
JP and I have been keeping track of how long.
Okay, we're going to try to get started, please.
Oh, I want to ask a question. Okay.
So we need to pass a motion to receive the information report CS 21-19, the 2019 Museum Artifact Deaccession, and approve the items for deaccessioning from the museum's permanent collection and direct staff to post items to the OnMuse L and the CanMuse L contact noted institutions for item pickup. We will require a mover for the motion. Councillor McPherson, thank you. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And that is carried. So we are now considering item 8.3, CS 22-19, Lincoln's 50th anniversary celebrations. And we have Sarah here to provide a presentation.
Thank you, Chair Brunet. Good evening, members of council. It's my pleasure this evening to provide you with a very brief update on the early planning efforts to recognize Lincoln's semi-centennial anniversary in 2020. It's really a momentous occasion for the town, and we look forward to connecting with residents as we celebrate, remember, and enhance our community. Lincoln's 50th anniversary year presents a significant opportunity, as I mentioned, to celebrate our community's rich history and bright future. An internal working group has been meeting since the spring with the intention of identifying opportunities to connect with our residents and celebrate all things Lincoln in 2020 as we build out a forthcoming one-time operational budget request to fund these activities. Efforts will focus on improving quality of life of our residents, growing community pride, respecting and identifying with the past, and creating a sense of belonging for the broader community. So our Celebrate initiatives really are aiming to encourage more participation in town-wide and community events, celebrating and promoting the use of our parks and our public spaces as opportunities for our residents to assemble and connect. So 9 existing community events will be enhanced in 2020 to recognize Lincoln's 50th. They're outlined in your report specifically. Here's a small sampling of some of the promotional efforts and products you can expect to see as we move into 2020. To date, a celebration logo has been developed, and in-ice decals and ring boards have already been installed in the arenas. Additionally, branded swag will be developed to enhance community events and promote awareness of the 50th. Staff will be working with the mayor's office to recognize the 50 faces of the Grow, Prosper, Belong slogan that we use regularly, which will recognize notable resident contributions to community life. Our Remember initiatives will focus on engaging residents, businesses, and the broader community in becoming more aware of local history, heritage, and to retain a sense of place and identity. We'll also be providing support to a number of community organizations to facilitate any activities related to history and heritage. You heard last month about the Lincoln Then and Now calendar that's already been produced by our communications team and is out in the community already, and I think you received a copy, so that's one project that we've already been supporting. We'll be operating a project to develop a community time capsule where we engage students at local schools and residents to bring mementos that are of significance. We recently had a history exchange at the museum that focused specifically on BDSS. Ms. Mercier, who is here with us this evening, was in charge of that and did a fantastic job. We'll be operating an additional history exchange activity in the fall of 2020 as well at the new museum site. And we just completed the Tale of a Town program. I know a number of you were into the Storymobile to share your stories with us. So there will be an interactive exhibit that will be developed based on the oral histories that were collected from our residents as well as you as council members. And that will be on exhibit for 6 months at the beginning of 2020. Our enhanced projects are some of probably my favorite ones that we're going to be working on with the objective of beautifying the town's unique places and spaces and investing in legacy infrastructure that will serve the community beyond the semi-centennial. So a celebration floral bed on the berm facing the QEW just outside of Town Hall. You can see a schematic. Our talented landscape architectural designer Madison has done this up. Madison is in the gallery this evening and will be presenting with me forthcoming. So this is a drawing of what that would look like outside of Town Hall. Additionally, we'll be enhancing all of the entrance floral beds throughout the community, planting 50 trees for Lincoln's 50th throughout our parks with the help of residents and local community groups. Our Community Pride project would see us outfit approximately 75 light poles that would be equipped with hardware that can be supporting Christmas decor, banners, or hanging baskets beyond the semi-centennial, but for the 50th, we'd like to do specific banners, of course, to recognize next year. The poles would also be used for the Canada Summer Games in 2021 to support banners that we would be receiving from the Host Game Society. 20 public art installations throughout the community. We're looking at working with a local artist. I won't say who it is, but I'm sure you can figure it out, who would be developing 20 metal leaf-shaped pieces of art in the likeness of the leaf from our logo. And they would be accompanied by storytelling plaques to pay tribute to 50 years in Lincoln. So in terms of next steps, staff are preparing a one-time, as I mentioned, operating budget request for 2020. There'll be continued outreach to community organizations, businesses, schools, and residents. We've already been doing that, but it will really pick up steam in the next number of months as we move into 2020. There'll also be application submissions to any applicable funding opportunities, which there are some that have been identified, as well as the development of a comprehensive promotional and communications plan, which will be forthcoming. We're very happy to note that Councillor Reimer will be sitting on this committee, this internal working group with us as staff, and that we'll be moving to bringing on community residents as we move into 2020. So I'm happy to answer any questions at this point in time if there are any.
Councillor Pachariva.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Brunei. A question with respect to financial. So it says, and this is on page 156, staff recommends use of $65,000 from the Whipple Trust Fund to support the community beautification project.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Pachariva, there will be a forthcoming report specific to that ask during the budget season, so you can expect a specific ask regarding that. There was a recommendation in the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan through the consultants that we should be looking at that fund. Currently, it sits at about $120,000 to see if there are areas we could be beautifying the town with. As you are aware, we did participate recently in the Communities in Bloom program. And so we feel that some of these steps, the floral show bed in front of Town Hall, enhancing the entrance show beds would really help us perform in future Communities in Bloom competitions as well. So we see it as an investment of the funds that residents will be able to see time and time again. Right now, we're only granting the interest, so it's very minimal impact.
Okay, I appreciate that, but being the longest-serving member on council and having been part of the BIA, so right now the Whipple Trust Fund was set up to for beautification in downtown Beamsville. We've got 3 community groups that typically draw on, and it's only supposed to be the interest that's used. So roughly about $3,000 a year. So we have the Beamsville Lawn Bowling, we've got the Adult Learning Center, and we also have the floral, the garden club. I caution the use of a trust fund for something like this. Having been on council, years ago, we took money from a cemetery trust fund, purchased a piece of equipment. The piece of equipment wouldn't work, was modified, and then became redundant. I would really feel a lot better having this as a budget item, right? And looking at that, because the original intent of Mrs. Whipple was specific in that grant downtown Beamsville. And I think, and though the flower bed at Town Hall is beautiful, doesn't really satisfy the terms of the grant, of the trust. So I'm not comfortable going down that slope, so.
Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Chair Brunei. I had questions around the Whipple Trust Fund as well. because I know it does stipulate downtown Beamsville, but anyway, that's for another discussion. My question for you was around the history exchange and the time capsule. And I know I keep bringing this up, and you probably know where I'm going with this. There's a 100-year-old time capsule at BDSS. And we were hoping last term to open that time capsule. It just didn't happen. So I don't know if there's some way we can do something with that. I just want to put that on the table, so maybe we can consider it. Just maybe, what are your thoughts on that, Sarah?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Timmers, we have had conversations with the school about that particular time capsule. Currently, the property that it's on is not within our jurisdiction, so staff have had conversations early on about that piece, and that perhaps when the property is sold and disposed of to whoever that may go to, maybe the more appropriate time to look at that. It is located in a corner of the building at the bottom of the building, so it is very much in a structural location, unfortunately. So at this point in time, it's not something that our staff would have oversight on. However, that's not to say that we couldn't certainly work with the school moving forward.
I've had conversations as well on site at the school, and it's actually accessible from the inside. There would be nothing happening with the structure of the outside of the building. You can access it from the inside, so I'll just put that out. But just want to put it out there so we can consider it, because I would like to see it happen at some point.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, would be happy to sit down and have a more in-depth conversation about moving that forward where we can.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. And I don't think one other question I had, Chair Brunei, around the community pride and the banners. So that would be any poles that now have Christmas lights or hanging pots, they would be included in the banners. I'm just looking for something above the mountain, so like Camden, Tintern, the rural areas, so that they can participate in the celebration as well.
Through Mr. Chair, staff have gone out and reviewed polls throughout the community, so I can assure you that they are spread out across the entirety of Lincoln. It would be 53 new polls out of the 75. 53 would be new polls with this enhanced system, and then we would be outfitting about 20 that exist with this new system as well. So we can assure you that it would be all over the community. We're very intentional about that, and we'll be bringing back more detail through the capital budget process on those specific locations.
Great, thank you. Fabulous planning and the report. I get really excited when I start reading everything that's gone into it. It's a huge undertaking, and it's a lot of work, and just fantastic work. And I'm looking forward to the big celebration. So.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple quick questions. The opportunity to award additional mayor's medals, council recognition of the 50 notable resident contributions. How is that going to be decided, and who might be in that group?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Russell, we're currently working with the mayor's office to develop the criteria for that, so I can't answer that question this evening. That will be forthcoming. But I think that that's something that, we're really looking at people who would have made notable contributions to community life. So whether that's a business owner or an individual, I know that Mayor Easton has some people already that she's been thinking of that might be suitable. So right now we're really connecting with other municipalities to see how they've given out awards of this nature in the past, best practices and criteria, as I mentioned. So that's really the stage we're at this point in time.
Okay, I won't get my hopes up on that, but promotional efforts where there might be some branding of swag and whatnot, will there be any availability to the public to purchase some memorabilia and or whatnot for the celebration?
Through Mr. Chair, that's something that our internal group would certainly welcome to discuss. At this point in time, it hasn't been something that we've identified, but we would love to have further conversations and be happy to bring back an update on that for you.
Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and just through to Sarah. So I'm reading this as an information report. This is not we're signing off on $105,000. So just so we're clear on that tonight, that this is an information. So I'm assuming it's going to be subject to budget and what happens at budget. So what I would like to see there is maybe a budget of the I think you said 105 or 105,000 of where you're going to spend it. You know, where exactly is the 105 going to fall? I like the flags. I think that's a fabulous idea to show, in town that we're celebrating a special year. I think the other things are good. I mean, they don't jump out at me, like that does. Well, I shouldn't say that. Something that's done as professionally as Mr. Alzinga does it. I mean, how can you deny that? That's fantastic. But I just wanted to throw that out there that we're not signing off on this tonight. It's to come back at budget time. Correct.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, that's correct. You will expect to see this in both the operating budget as well as for the light poles specifically in a capital request.
Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to add a bit to the piece under Celebrate regarding the mayor's office. You may have noticed that there seems to be a perpetual stack of photographs of previous councils in my office, and we're going to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with those photos and other council artifacts. The cases that are outside the chambers, just to the right, were put there as display cases for council. They're not there for any other purpose. However, about a year and a half ago, we had to remove a number of things because the lighting is very harsh on pictures. And so we're following the guidance of our museum curatorial staff on lights that need to be changed in there. And then all of those artifacts that were accessioned and are put away will then be on display during the 50th anniversary. And we're also looking for a place to hang the council pictures, and there are mayor pictures as well. So I think it's a good opportunity for us to, it's a good reason to put all of these things in their proper places and to give them the acknowledgement that they should have. Also, I made a request today that we purchase calendars to be given away at the New Year's levee. So we're looking into that as well. And I have put Councillor Russell's name on the list of people to receive medals. Not really.
Sarah, I was just wondering if you could comment on how long the committee's been meeting. How many meetings have you had?
To you, Chair Brunet. We've been meeting since about April. We meet monthly currently, and really, again, I'd just like to reiterate that the intention of it was a working group of staff to inform a budget request. And at this point in time, that's really where we're at, is we're here to give you a brief update, but also so that you can anticipate that there will be a formal budget request coming. The next step would be to transition into more of a community-focused committee where we bring some residents and some community groups on board, perhaps some business owners, to help us flesh out the finer details of how we roll all of this out to make sure that it's really engaging for our residents.
That's great. I have to agree with you when you made the comment that, although the celebrate and the remembrance part is important, as we celebrate 50 years. I really am excited about the enhancement and the fact that we're going to continue to beautify our town. And the Pride project and then the Arts project, I think, is very exciting. So good luck with everything. Good luck, Councillor Reimer, representing council, and thank you for the report. So we have a motion to receive for information report CS 22-19, the Lincoln's Semi-Centennial Celebration Update. And we will require a mover for the motion. Councillor Reimer, thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. We are now considering item 8.4, CS 23-19, the Parkland Development Strategy Update. And staff is already here, ready to go. Welcome, Madison.
Okay. So thank you again for the opportunity to make this presentation this evening. We're really excited about the work that we've been doing in community services with respect to a number of parkland projects, but specifically Ashby Park as well as the green space north of Fleming. Before I start tonight, I wanted to take the opportunity to introduce Madison Daly, who some of you have met. She's been with the town since July of this year. She is our landscape architectural designer. She's a graduate of the University of Guelph Bachelor of Landscape Architecture program and gained experience in the private sector, working for Stribus, Baron King, and Mississauga. She's worked on a variety of projects for several municipalities around the GTA, including condominium, townhome, commercial, and residential developments, as well as municipal parks and stormwater management ponds. Madison is currently an associate member of the Ontario Association of Landscape Architects and is actively pursuing obtaining full membership. Welcome, Madison. So a quick overview of what we'll be looking at this evening. Our agenda is quite robust. We will be looking at really giving you an education on the journey of how we got to these concept designs that are sitting behind you today that you'll see, and we'll be going through in more detail with you. So what are those planning considerations and priorities that we have to make when we are looking to develop a park? We'll be reviewing the parkland classification system, which was introduced to you in July through the master planning process, design principles in the development process, what our community engagement efforts have looked like this year. Madison will walk you through in detail the concept designs, and I will share with you some of our next steps and milestones, as well as how we'll be aligning to our master plan. So building functional and resilient parks starts with good planning. It's incredibly important. Maintaining a park system not only takes time and resources, but also thoughtful design and programming that includes age-friendly and accessible amenities, organized and non-program uses, and best practices in beautification, environmental management, and stewardship. The overall goal when we plan, design, build, and program is really to build parks for all, meaning catering to all ages, abilities, backgrounds, and interests as much as possible. Currently, there are 5 key parkland development projects identified between 2019 and 2021 in the 10-year capital plan. These projects differ in scope, planning typology, and are at various stages of development. So how do we even start? It's a lot of projects. So we plan and we prioritize using the following when we are working as a team. Feedback from the community, very important. So that can come in the form of community consultations, conversations we have on a daily basis with residents, written submissions, emails, you name it. We hear from our residents regularly, so we are always collecting that as data. Operational and maintenance requirements. So what do we need to maintain these parks? We wouldn't ever want to build something that we wouldn't be able to operate or maintain. We look at the available budget, the alignment with the recommendations that have come out of the master plan, of course. What will our future infrastructure requirements be for programming? So will we need things like access to water or hydro to host a special event? We want to make sure we're putting that infrastructure in now, not later and after the fact. And what are the elements that are appropriate based on park typology and classification? So the core element of park planning is really the use of the classification system, which helps to ensure compatibility with neighboring land uses. Lincoln's current official plan does not contain a formal park hierarchy for the town, but some of the secondary plans are already using classifications. Updates to the official plan will be made forthcoming based on the proposed classification system recommended in the master plan.
Our staff team are already using the classification system for ongoing planning efforts, confirmation of service levels, and budgeting purposes, which really enables us to make recommendations to you as a council on where to direct financial and operational resources where they're needed most. The master plan identifies the use of the following classification system for parkland and open spaces. Specific to parkland, 5 typologies have been developed. For the purpose of today's presentation, we'll be reviewing 2 concept designs, one which is a community park and one which is a destination park. Community parks serve 1 or more neighborhoods and are designed to a higher standard and support more intensified use than neighborhood parks. So an example of a community park that we have in Lincoln right now would be Hillary Bald Park. Whereas destination parks are more heavily used by larger groups of residents, possibly visitors to the community for things like events, festivals, and passive recreation. Right now, we only have 1 destination park in Lincoln, and that's Charles Daly Park. So classification addresses 4 key functions, if you will, the first being function, design, and elements. So what goes in a park? What are the features and amenities that are appropriate? Service areas. So who is this park servicing? Who are the core audience or the user group? Is it for town-wide use, for visitors, or is it predominantly for neighboring residents? The current provision level identifies how many hectares per 1,000 population threshold exists in our current inventory, and target speaks to where we need to be heading in the future with respect to acquisition and development. The target size, what is appropriate for the size range of the park based on its typology.
So next we want to just go over some of the park design principles before we get into what the concepts actually look like. So some of the things we've considered. We want to look at it functionally and how each element is laid out and their relationships to one another, as well as the overall context of the park. We also want to make sure it's responsive and adaptive to current and emerging user trends, preferences, and needs. We also want to make sure that it allows for traditional uses, but it's also flexible enough that it could be used in different ways in the future. We also want to make sure that we're using best practices for beautification, as well as environmental management and stewardship. And lastly, we want to make sure that it's inclusive for all ages, all users of abilities and interests. And that would be guided by contemporary design guidelines, as well as different standards such as the AODA. So next we want to go through the park development process. So first we start with the pre-planning. So this looks at the park as it is, its existing conditions, taking an inventory and analyzing that, and that can really guide the design and what's actually possible to do on these parks with the existing conditions and its context. And that looks at things that are physical, biological, as well as cultural attributes. Next, we engage the public, and that also goes into kind of what we had already looked at, what's on site and what we want to achieve as goals and objectives. So we want to go back to the public and see that we're meeting their goals and objectives and make sure that aligns. Next, we move into our conceptual design, which you'll be seeing here tonight. I'll go into a bit more detail later on the concept design, exactly what that means. But these first stages, we want to make sure that they're iterative, so we kind of go back and forth. We look at what we have on the site, look at what the goals and objectives are, see what the public says, go back and kind of revisit what we're doing and what we're conceptualizing. And then next is detailed design. So that's when we get into the more specifics. So that'll be the next phase after this park planning. So that's where we'll kind of work out exactly how things will actually work and the specifics of them. Next is construction, so taking that detailed design and then really putting it into place. Again, this is kind of where the process becomes more linear. We already have the plans in place and we're just moving forward. And lastly is animations. That's when the park really comes alive. The users are actually interacting with the different design elements, and that's the end of the park process.
So we know that people love parks and green spaces, and our residents in Lincoln are certainly no different. These are places we hear loud and clearly from our residents on a daily basis that they enjoy spending time in, and that they really recognize the benefits of having these spaces in their community, whether it's to their environmental health, the aesthetic quality. Again, we go back to beautification of our community, or enhancing their physical or their emotional health and well-being. So as we shift to a people-centered parks planning model, it's important to recognize that our community knows its parks and its users best. When residents engage with municipalities and weigh in on park design, we do build better parks, and the public continues to enjoy and care for these places that they helped make. It really creates a sense of stewardship. So our staff may design and build and program and maintain parks, but it's truly the people who use these spaces who help to define them as places the community can enjoy visiting and spending time in. In July, 2 community visioning sessions were held directly in our park spaces. Nearly 400 residents participated in activities to identify what they valued as important as we move forward with these projects. Among the variety of engagement activities that we did with the residents, local artist Shelley Shusky, who some of you know, drew live interpretations of what our residents wanted to see in their respective parks. You can see them on the back table if you haven't had a chance to look at them. Shelley did those for us. Some personal staff favorites that came out of that visioning session, a dragon statue, a unicorn, and a park cat were requested. Staff will continue to be adaptive and responsive to changing needs of the community during the life cycle of both of these projects in front of you tonight, and all of our parkland projects, from conception and planning through design and implementation, in order to achieve the best outcomes. We're committed to an ongoing, equitable, and inclusive community engagement plan that focuses on building relationships and trust with our residents, improving the community's conditions, creating higher performing parks, and equally distributing the investments across the town. In September, small targeted focus groups were held to validate the design direction staff had taken with both of the concept designs. Focus group participants were asked to share with staff the following: what do you love about the proposed design and why? What speaks to you? Can you envision yourself, your family, your friends using this park more after it's enhanced or developed? How and why would you use the park? What have we missed? Probably most important question we asked. What have we missed and what can we do to improve the concept design? So we received really invaluable feedback and made adjustments to the concepts accordingly. You can see up here some resident feedback of one of the residents who attended that session and how happy he was to see such strong collaboration between the town and the residents on this project. Another resident, Thomas, shared with us, thank you for the invitation to participate. The design, layout, flow, and amenities of the proposed park are very nice. I wouldn't change anything major about the design or layout.
So next, we just really want to hammer down what exactly a concept design is. We want to make sure that we're not getting hung up on the small details. It's really about looking at the overall picture of the park, the facilities, how they relate to one another, their connections to the context. And yeah, we just don't want to get caught up on the little specifics just yet. It's really looking at the broad spectrum of it.
So we are going to move into a review of the concept designs now. We'll start with Ashby Park, which is identified, as I mentioned earlier, as a community park, about 2.5 acres inside. Currently has play apparatus, a walking loop, a basketball court, as well as open green space, and a plethora of it at that. With respect to Ashby Park, there is a subdivision agreement in place that requires the Cherry Heights developer to provide $369,000 towards enhancements, which is the value of cash in lieu of parkland. So there won't be a forthcoming budget request for this because there's already money funding this project, just so we're clear on that. So Madison will provide the detailed overview of the concept for Ashby Park.
All right, so this is just a broad overview of the whole park, and we will be zooming into little areas so you can get a better understanding. But just to go over the main areas, we have over here a proposed bicycle playground. We have some extra connections of walkways to the existing trail and existing sidewalk on these sides here. This is an existing, an existing basketball court, but then we're proposing open lawn, some workout stations, and then over here, this is the existing play area, which we will be adding to. So this first play area here, we do have these existing structures here, here, and here, and we're proposing to extend this current boundary out this way by adding some extra elements, and that will actually kind of tie in this existing bench that we already have here nicely. We also are adding this extra walkway, and by adding extra walkways, we can create smaller walking trails for the residents, so they don't have to do the entire loop. They can do smaller ones if that's better fit for them. On the existing basketball court, we're also proposing some fencing to kind of contain that play. Also adding some team benches with some shade appropriately. And along this pathway, we do have an existing bench that will also kind of tie that in nicely by adding that proposed walkway. And at the very end of it, we do have a nice shade sail that we're proposing with some seating under it, a bicycle rack. We currently don't have any bicycle racks on site, so that'll be a great addition. And as you can see, lots of extra shade. It's a very wide open space currently, so trees are very important. Also on this side to add, we're proposing, since we are bringing this play area out a bit, proposing some buffer planting for the current residents. So on the other end of the park, where the bicycle playground will be going, some notable features of the bicycle playground, some signage. It's really for the younger kids to kind of learn how to ride a bike, so some signage for them to learn street signs, some pylons and different obstacles, maybe some just different obstacles really to play around with. Again, those are specific details that we'll work out in the detailed design phase. Sorry. That's okay. But to tie it into the existing trail, we do have some walkways. Those will really be desire lines, since we figure people will be walking across the trail, either at the top or along the existing sidewalk to the bottom. So really tying those in nicely. So then we have the open lawn area, which we want to keep very nice and open for a potential winter rink. So we are proposing to add a water line for that connection. Also around this larger loop, we will have some workout stations, and we decided to kind of keep them more contained to a couple clusters, as that is a best practice. People like to work out amongst others. They don't want to be singled out individually, so keeping those together will be a good design.
So in terms of next steps and milestones for Ashby Park, we'll continue as a staff team with the planning department to work with the developer to execute the subdivision agreement. Because there is no capital budget request for this project, we'll be moving upon your approval this evening into the detailed design stage, where we'll be developing those plans for the park, as well as putting out any competitive process to the market for contracted work and awarding to proponents accordingly in the fall and winter. We hope to install park amenities in the spring of 2020. That is our goal. And of course, anytime we enhance or develop a park space, it's really important that we invite our residents and our community out to celebrate that. So we'll be looking to do a neighborhood event and a relaunch of that space in the summer of 2020. So we'll be moving on next to the green space north of the Fleming Center. So again, classified as a destination park, over 3 acres of land there. There is nothing there currently except for beautiful grass, and it is scheduled to be developed currently in 2019 to 2021. In the 2017 capital plan, it's identified as a net capital cost of $3 million. So from that, our DC study identified $989,000 of that budget as recoverable and suggested that the other $2 million come from the Parkland Reserve Fund. It's important to mention that every project is still at council's discretion, so you have total discretion on whether we move forward with this project, and you can expect that there will be a capital project request coming forth this fall. Page 4 of the report outlines the current available funding sources for this project. Additionally, I'd like to highlight that there was a recent contribution from the Fleming Foundation. Unfortunately, Ms. Fleming did have to leave earlier this evening, so we're very grateful for that. That's in addition to the $25,000 or $20,000 already committed to the Val Fleming Butterfly Garden project.
So now, excuse me, an overview of this park. So some notable points. We are proposing some parking. As you've seen before, the skate park and the pump track, a kind of centralized play area with shade structures and play elements as well as fitness elements. Walkways, creating walking loops as well as connections to existing sidewalks. We are proposing an open lawn area, which is always nice for flexible use. And then over here, the butterfly garden, which you're also accustomed to. And then over here is we're looking at kind of like a bioswale planting area. So to kind of break those down, looking at the parking first, We are working with our technical services to make sure that this is a safe space. So we did make some changes from I think the concept you had seen previously that was put in the report. That change would be the parking entrance. It was discovered that the parking entrance off of Serena would be a safer place to have it, less congestion around the main entrance of the Fleming Center. Again, we'll make sure that we're going above and beyond to make sure that's a safe location and that standards are being met. So other existing entrances into the park space, we have existing crosswalks here. Public Works is also looking into creating more permanent traffic calming measures at this intersection as well. And down below to the south of the park, we do have an existing sidewalk in front of the Fleming Center, but we are proposing expanding that sidewalk here to create that connection across the street. So next is our skate park and pump track area. So we're creating this centralized walkway here, having each of them on either side. And for those spaces, we are proposing a shade structure with some seating as well as some bike racks. And that entrance will be nicely dressed up with some ornamental planting. And we are also proposing a landscape berm around the skate park for the users to sit on, as well as a bit of a buffer to the open space. And walking through to the more central play area, we have a walking loop, which kind of mimics the indoor one at the Fleming Center, as well as some other connections to the outside of the park. So this large stage structure will have proposed seating under it. We're also proposing some hydro and water lines be put in for possible future use. To the right of it, we have a bit of a buffer zone to the open lawn area, so just some open lawn and trees and some seating. Then our kind of main play area, if you will, a mixture of junior, senior elements, as well as some fitness elements. And then we're also proposing some swing sets, which would also include some accessible swing sets. So next, moving into our open lawn, kind of moving from a more active space to passive. Again, we're proposing it to be open for flexible use, also proposing a water line for a possible winter rink. And then moving kind of more into the butterfly garden, kind of creating a soft edge for that buffer and a kind of more passive space. So right here, this is a potential area for an outdoor learning area with a nice shade sail, some seating underneath of it. Another passive space up here. Again, just some little dappled shade, some seating, and a connection out to this entrance of the park. And through the butterfly garden, proposing one major walkway with a little bit of seating and kind of a refuge spot. And we're really working through that planting at a more detailed stage next. We actually are working with a consultant who has extensive knowledge on naturalization, and he's very excited to get involved in the planting aspect of that and picking out the plants and how we can work with the existing grades, because it is a much lower spot, so how we can work with that and make it all seamless.
So staff are currently, with respect to this green space, putting together a pretty significant funding application to the Investing in Canada funding program that was announced in August. It's an $11.8 billion funding program. It's a really big opportunity for municipalities to build new or enhance recreation and culture infrastructure. So council will receive a report in November at committee, this committee, outlining all of the projects that we'll be applying for, because there are a number of them. We anticipate that we will hear one way or another by the summer of 2020. As mentioned, you can expect that there will be a capital budget request coming forth this fall for this parkland. Staff are currently solidifying all of the costing for the concept design for that budget request, and council can expect that the request will be in line with the projected cost as identified in the capital plan. If you did approve that budget request, we would then move forward with the detailed design plan for the park, a competitive process again, as well as awarding to any proponents into the fall and winter of 2020. There will be installation of some park amenities next spring, because we have, as you will recall from last month's committee meeting, awarded to New Line Skate Parks for the pump track and skate park project. So that will start in the spring and is anticipated to be about a 3-month project. So it's important to note that the work that's being undertaken has always been in alignment and based on input from the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan. While some of the projects that you've heard about tonight began prior to its finalization, the consultants always provided oversight, guidance, and advice throughout the process to ensure alignment and proper development of the plans. One of the top master plan priorities that you heard about was to really create opportunities to enjoy outdoor settings for our residents, enhance those connections with nature and spaces. So you can see here some checks and balances of some things that we're really checking off the list with these two projects. So enhancing play equipment, outdoor fitness equipment, as Madison described, the development of a skate park, pump track, and bicycle playground. We heard a lot about shade and the need for that. Those age-friendly amenities such as trees, shade, pavilions, benches, seating, bike racks, all things that our parks need to have. So we've been mindful of that, incorporating those into the designs. An internal working group has been meeting since the spring of 2019. So listed here in front of you are the members of that working group. As you can see, there are some people from differing departments and community services, so we'd like to recognize the contributions of all staff, as well as their valuable insights to moving these projects forward. So at this time, we'd be pleased to field any questions about the concept design process and intended next steps. We want to thank you for indulging us at 10 o'clock about parks. We get really excited about this stuff, and hope you do too. We really believe that we have some of the most dynamic parkland projects in all of Niagara, and our team is really excited to move them forward with council's ongoing support and, of course, engaging with the community. Thank you.
Ward 1 chiming in, Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know it's late, so I will try to be as brief as I can. I think the concepts themselves are absolutely outstanding. The one thing that jumps out to me is all the trees above anything else, and I'm hoping that what's depicted here is going to be somewhat of a reality of the number of trees and the placement, because I think it's just fabulous. With that in mind, I have a question about the sourcing of those trees. Are we going to be consulting with anyone to make sure that we're buying appropriate trees, not necessarily the most cost-efficient trees? The reason I ask is Councillor Mickle and I had the opportunity to sit down with some of the folks from Greening Niagara or Greening Lincoln, and we got some information on some of the native trees and some of the benefits of them, so just wondering if that's going to be considered.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Russell. So a number of individuals who sit on Greening Niagara are also working on us with this project with respect to the butterfly garden. So we're very well versed in their desire to have native species planted in all of our parks. And when the time comes that we get to that point where we are picking out specific tree typologies, we will certainly engage them. As Madison mentioned, we have brought on a consultant through Ontario Green specifically to talk about naturalization and considerations we need to make. So that is very much top of mind for us.
Excellent. One last question. When I'm looking at the park itself in the Fleming area, I don't see any lighting outside of the parking lot, and I think that's going to be a major concern. Just for protection of the assets that are there, and also just to limit potential ne'er-do-wells down the road.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Currently, our parks bylaw deems that our parks are only lit during the day through natural light, so that's why there is no lighting incorporated in the design other than the parking lot.
One follow-up, Mr. Chair. The ne'er-do-wells do not typically come out during the day, as far as I'm concerned, so it's just something to be mindful of. Because we're getting requests on this for some of the other parks, so it will come up, so if it can be worked into the design, because it'll probably be a little more cost-effective, I think it's something that should be considered.
Councillor Rinchema.
Thank you, Chair Brunei. My questions were similar along the same line as comments, as well as questions as Councillor Russell. I'm excited about all the trees. It looks great. I love the design of the park. So lighting, I know that's been our policy, but we talked earlier on, you mentioned accessibility, how important that is for our parks. So people like to walk through parks at night as well. And if you can't see, it's not accessible from a visual perspective. We have other parks, as Councillor Russell mentioned, Hillary Bald Park, we've had comments over the years. People are in there at night doing things they shouldn't be doing, and people don't feel safe walking through the park at night. And I think that we should design our parks so that people can walk in the evening, because sometimes, particularly this time of year, getting into November, it gets dark really early. It gets dark as early as 5:30. So you should be able to go out and walk, and I think, so I really would like to see lighting incorporated into these parks. You mentioned that you're going to bring hydro in and water, that you're recommending that at this point, so great idea. That's my comment. I had a comment about another park, and that is, again, Hillary Bald Park. And it's not the parks that we're speaking about tonight particularly, but we are talking about the Parks Master Plan and actions that we're going to take. And we've heard about lighting in that park up and down that walkway that goes from east to west or front to back consistently. People really want lighting in there. So if we can consider that really soon as a one-off, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Patriva.
Thanks, Chair Brunei. Not only do we have to look out for the ne'er-do-wells, but also the scofflaws that lurk about as it gets dusk. Fantastic design concepts. We unveiled this last night at our ward meeting, Councillor Brunei and I's ward meeting, and the residents were enamored with it. One question, though, that did come up, and I'm going to bring it up because it was more to do with Prokich Park, but it has an application here. So the basketball court, it's just it's an existing asphalt pad. Wondering through the Invest in Canada grant or a grant through the Ontario tire dealers that use recycled rubber to rubberize these, which gets you a heck of a lot longer lifetime. Plus, it's easier on the knees for us older people that are playing basketball. And it came up last night too with the Raptors winning the NBA, the Larry O'B Trophy. You're going to have kids aspiring to be the next one. So just wanting to improve the functionality of that, knowing that Eric Gilbert used to be a president of the Ontario Tire Dealers, and knowing that they've got a grant, that maybe that's something that we could do.
Through Mr. Chair to Councillor Patriva, thank you for your comments about that. We actually went through several basketball meshes this summer at Ashby Park, pointed out by Mr. McNiven to us. So absolutely a sport that is growing in popularity as a result of the recent Raptors win. We are looking at resurfacing that court as a part of this project.
Great.
That was always the intention. What that will look like, it will be something that is worked out during detailed design. We don't have those details right now, but staff can certainly investigate those funding opportunities. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, terrific. And just one other one, Chair Brunei, if I may, because it came up again at Active Transportation a number of times. So the proposed crosswalk linking the Fleming Center to the green space north of Fleming, I think is fantastic. But what we should be doing is, and I know it's going to come at detailed design, installing a couple speed cushions there, because it's come up at the crosswalk to the west side of the Fleming Center that links Park Avenue. So cars literally squeal around there. So if we put some speed cushions on either side of both of those crosswalks, I think it would add to the safety, safety concept.
Councillor Michalak.
Thank you, Chair Brunei. Through you to Sarah and Jessica. Just, I'm going to reiterate the lighting concern just because with all the trees and the pathways, it will get dark, and extremely dark, and people will use those pathways as possibly shortcuts to get home. And should it be a budgetary issue at this time, and you're saying that it's more daytime park, we should at least consider roughing in the infrastructure to allow for future lighting, should we decide that it's required. The other question I have is, with regards to the basketball court and the playground parks, is there any concern about the proximity to residential basketballs bouncing throughout the night? Like I've heard in other municipalities where frustrated residents are dealing with kids playing half the night or bouncing basketballs, this sort of thing, is there a certain setback that is required with regards to planning and locating these parks?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. So the basketball court at Ashby is existing, and we wouldn't be moving it in any fashion. It would just be resurfaced and caging added to it. We have not received, that I'm aware of, any concerns or complaints from residents in that ward about noise concerns, and certainly if we did, we would address them through our bylaw with our bylaw staff. But I think that for the most part, our youth that are playing there are quite respectful.
All right, that's all, thank you.
Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have to go back to a question that has been asked of me in regard to the health and welfare matters that relate to parks and park locations. And so I would specifically ask, you know, when we're talking about locations, that the EDIs of the children that live in those areas. So we're not talking about that tonight, but it leads into the current situation around the inclusiveness question. And the inclusiveness question, as I understand it, is now being put forward in the following way. If this project goes forward, who would be excluded? So I'm not going to harp on you about lights, but if you ask that question, given the circumstances of the amenities that are being offered here, you might be able to more specifically identify groups of people that would be excluded if there weren't lights. So that question, I think, is going to come up a great deal. I met with 2 people yesterday at a regional level, and I think this is one of the most, it's a question that is easy to ask and that seems to result in a pile of information. So I'll leave that with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, in the effort of time, I mean, I could really sit here for another hour and ask questions, but I won't do that. But to Councillor Russell's comment, and I had the privilege of being at both those public engagements where we had residents there, and, you know, you alluded at the beginning about having 400 people, and I can tell you that on that night at Ashby Park, on that hot night, I believe that Sean and Dave Warden handed out 260 ice cream tickets. So it was one of the largest PICs I've ever been involved in the last 5 years. It was exciting. It was so, and Shannon said it last night at our ward meeting. I honestly believe that 99% of the people that live in that Ashby Park, Digby, Kennedy walked out of their front lawn and over there across the park to be involved in that, and it was pretty exciting. And I hope we can do that with all our park spaces as we move forward in all areas of the community, including Prudhome's. But when we sat with the people here, and I'm really glad to see that we've listened, because that night for the rest of the committee that weren't present, we heard a lot of concerns, and we've already listened to the parking lot entrance, and we've moved it because people were very concerned about coming around the corner from the new development at DeSantis and making a quick left and then quick right into the park. So I'm really glad to see we've moved that, and I'm glad you pointed out to the committee that it's not as on the report, it's coming off Serena. But to Councillor Russell's comment, I really, and I'm not saying anything that we didn't all hear that night, but the people at Ashby Park have been sitting up in that park for 10, 12 years with really no amenities. And so, you know, this diagram looks like we're gonna, you know, add a ton of trees. But we heard that night from a gentleman that said, we have been living in this community for 10 years with no trees. And he made the comment that it would be great to see a lot of trees, but in the efforts of finance, that maybe not having to wait 10 years for a tree to grow up where we're actually going to get some shade, that we don't have as many trees and we have some bigger trees. So I just want to reinforce that. I realize we're at the concept stage, but, you know, Councillor Russell asked the comment, is this what we're going to see? And I'm hoping it's not what we see. So I just want to put it out on the table. The other comment I have is, and I think I know the answer, but again, for transparency, so as we move from that concept stage to the detailed design, we did hear that night a number of people, you know, asking for things. And we all know that we can't put a splash pad in every park. It's just not, it's not feasible, wouldn't be financially. But we did hear a lot of comments that night about electrical, about water fountains. So I just want to understand, as we move from that concept to the detailed design, is it safe to say that we will be getting a report back from staff to council before this is a carte blanche?
To Chair Brunet, we're happy to bring another report back if that's the pleasure of the committee. I don't think that's been typical, but we certainly can do that if there be, you know, is a request to have another set of eyes on the detailed design process. We did take a lot of the feedback that you've mentioned with respect to water and hydro, and those were some misses on our part. So we've made early revisions on those, but we'll be refining those further in the detailed design process. So we're happy to bring back another report with an update if that's your request.
Well, we can, you know, I think we need to have some further discussion as we move from the concept into the detail, but I appreciate your comments and I appreciate your report. Seeing no other comments, we are now considering, hang on here, where am I? We have a motion to receive for information report CS 23-19, the Parkland Development Strategy Update and Park Concept Designs, and receive for information the final concept drawings and designs for Ashby Park and the green space north of the Fleming Center. We will require a mover for the motion. Councillor Pachariva, all in favor? And that is carried. We are now considering item 8.5, CS 25-19, the Municipal Park Naming Recommendation. Are there any questions from council? There being no further discussion, we have a motion to receive for information report CS 25-19 regarding proposed parkland naming for the Oakland Parkland adjacent to the Fleming Center, and to approve the staff recommendation to name this parkland Rotary Park, to direct staff to proceed with the development of a formal donation agreement, including the park naming provisions, and approve the mayor and clerk to sign and execute the agreement on behalf of the municipality. We will require a mover for the motion. Just before I see a late queue here. Mayor Easton.
Well, I'll wait for you to get it on the table. I was a little quick.
So we will require a mover for the motion. Councillor Timmers, thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. Would you like to have a comment? Okay. So we are now considering item 8.6, CS 26-19, the Town of Lincoln land conveyance to the City of St. Catharines. Are there any questions from council? There being no further discussion, we have a motion to receive for information report CS 26-19 regarding a proposed property conveyance from the Town of Lincoln to the City of St. Catharines, to approve staff's recommendation to convey a small parcel of shoreline, approximately 1,061 square meters, 0.26 acres, that is located within the municipal boundaries of St. Catharines, to the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines for a nominal consideration, and to direct staff to work with both the City of St. Catharines and legal counsel to prepare the appropriate agreements and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign and execute the necessary agreements on behalf of the municipality. We will require a mover for the motion. Councillor Timmers, all in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Item 9, confidential items. We have no confidential items to consider. Item number 10, staff remarks. Do we have any staff remarks? After 5 presentations, I see none. Committee remarks, we have Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Madam, it is late. It's getting late. Hello. We're now four and a quarter hours into it, so I'm allowed. The clerk has asked us to keep our inquiries pertinent to the evening's agenda, so this one I think is pertinent. And I'm going to ask the CAO if we could look at a review of the naming policy that's currently in place. When looking at that review, and I had the clerk looking at the review, at the policy as well, it's fairly vague on step by step, how does this work? When do we do this? When do we do that? Also, you know, no surprise to anybody here. I think it could see some enhancements as far as public engagement goes and when public engagement happens. Also, maybe a much more visible naming list. So just a number of things that are in that policy. Today, it's probably 15 years old or getting on to 15 years old. And I would like to see us do a full review of the naming policy. We do have some namings coming down the pipe fairly soon, and I think it would be in our best interest to look at that real soon prior to getting into other naming of facilities, parks, whatever the case may be.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. CAO?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think to the councillor's question, I think it's a great idea. We should be looking at that policy. It is outdated, and I think we'll also look at things like those unsolicited bids that sometimes come through where people want to name parks. We're going to have some, I think, very high-profile parks coming forward in the future. We don't know what the appetite is of various individuals, so just probably an enhanced process on how we deal with the current process like we've dealt with in this particular case, but then moving forward, those other potential opportunities as residents and business owners and others may approach us in more of an unsolicited fashion, and so how would we be dealing with those as well? So absolutely can take that as direction, and it's already on staff's radar to look at that.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Pachariva.
Yeah, as a follow-up to Councillor McPherson's just inquiry there, could we too look at the timelines on naming rights, if that would dovetail in? When I was up in the Sioux for a visit with our oldest son, the Essilor Center is no longer the Essilor Center. It's now the GFE Center. You know, again, thinking of revenue streams, and these naming rights are not for perpetuity, but they're for a time frame, and then you go back out to the marketplace. So you're looking at naming rights, looking at policies on time frames of said names.
Seeing no further committee remarks and there being no further business, I call this meeting adjourned.